Oh, you didn't need to put the
Oh, cool.
Yes, you will. I know. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I know.
There's only one other road.
Good morning, everyone. I'll 9:30 now, so I'll kick things off, and you're welcome to join me with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia makinakina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai, te ingaki ana, te atakura, e teo, te puta, e hau, te hei, Māori ora. Cease the winds from the west, cease the winds from the south. Let the breeze blow over the land. Let the breeze blow over the ocean. Let the red-tipped dawn come with sharpened ear, a touch of frost, a promise of a glorious day. Welcome everyone and Happy New Year. It's hard to believe it's 11 months to the day until Christmas. I hope you all had a good break if you could. And I'll just kick off with the housekeeping. Toilets are just through that door there, first door on the right. Should there be a need to evacuate, just down the stairs into the car park outside Bay Street. If we could just make sure our phones are on silent. And just a note that this meeting is being recorded for both live streaming and downloading, so by remaining in the meeting you consent to being filmed and viewed by the public. We're going to aim for morning tea around about 10:45 and lunch at about 12:30. Just a slight change to the agenda where we've got a couple of workshops that we're going to put in during the public part of the meeting, so future for local government and the alcohol. So that'll be just prior to going into public excluded. Do we have any apologies? We've got Councillor Duffy, who I'm assuming is just going to be late, but we'll see.
He's intending to be here.
Yeah, okay. Any leaves of absence? There being none, I'll move to the conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest today? Right, and there's no extraordinary or urgent items. So that moves us on to the confirmation of the council minutes on page 6. So we've got the minutes from our meeting held on the 21st of December for confirmation. Can I please have a mover and a seconder for those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Baparai. Seconder, Councillor Keast. All in favour? That's carried. So we have two guests here today to speak in public participation. They have about 5 minutes each, and just a note that it's just for a presentation, not for debate with the participants. But I'll welcome Sean to the table.
Thank you. Just here.
Yep, just here. We've got a handout as well that Fiona will.
Good morning, everyone. So my name's Sean Cantwell. I'm from Te Anau. I've got a couple of details further into this set of sheets here about myself, that things that are relevant to what I'm just presenting. What I was coming along to do basically isn't ask for anything or do anything. It's a positive. It's sort of an awareness thing. So because we want to, what we're doing up in Te Anau, we want to go to another stage, and so after this I'll be meeting with Parks and Reserves people here to work that through and do the proper things and all that sort of thing. So it's just so that you're aware of it. But I won't go through all of the stuff. There's more detail in there than what I'm going to go through. But just if you want some background info, it's there. So basically, we formed a group some years ago, about 15 years ago, because we identified some land in behind Ivan Wilson Park that was covered in broom. And we made an approach to the Southland District Council, to the Community Board, to Doc, who was administering some of that land, so that we could clear that broom out and put in tracks and other bits and pieces. We were very successful at that. It took us about 3 years to clear the broom out. We started putting in tracks. We built 11.5 kilometres of tracks in there. The multi-use tracks, they get extensive use from members of the public. We have done track counts there. Several years ago it was running around the 13 or 14,000, but last year we got track counts at 19,000 users on those tracks in that area in there that we've developed. So we're very, very pleased with what's happening there. The multi-use tracks are used by cyclists, runners, walkers, families, dog owners, and events. And not just that, but the education community have come in. The kindergarten run their program up there, Nature Discovery, and it's run based on what we've done there, and we assist them quite considerably with what they're doing there. Same with the primary school and the secondary school, both in the bits and pieces and so on. We've started planting native trees over the last 10 years. We've planted over 2,000 trees in there now. None of these things cost the ratepayers a cent. We're doing this all by donations, and just as Ivan Wilson built the original park, we're doing it the same way. Followed that ethos. I did get a visit from the original landscape architect who worked with Ivan Wilson. He was in his 80s and he lived in Dunedin. Came to my place after we'd started this, and he brought the original photographs. He had the whole lot of Ivan Wilson Park, all the photos, the design, I made 2 copies of that because I thought it had some historical merit, and I deposited one with the district council and one with the local library, and I made 3 and one with Dol. So that's been archived for future things and so on. But basically, the things that we're doing in behind are very much of that ethos. So we've developed that quite considerably, and it's had a lot of support from the community board and Southland District Council over the years. Ron Egan was a very keen enthusiast. Alistair Dukes used to come around, and we put a dozen pest traps in there, and he used to come around and check those for us once every week. But since then, the senior citizens do that as their Wednesday afternoon walk. They go around and do all the pest traps and what have you. And we've got various other things happening in there, which various groups taken charge of, and it's working very well as an overall community thing. So there's quite a number of groups involved in this, not just locally, but also wider Southland, like Southland Orienteering and what have you. So we're quite pleased with what's happening there. It's been a big hive for not just community work, so we've had over 600 volunteers locally who have contributed to it in some way, and I'm not talking about just a 1 hour contribution. It's going to be significant for us to count them. But I also get court-ordered community workers who do community work in there, and it's a turnaround. I haven't had one out of the dozen or so court-ordered community workers that I've had in there, and these are for some fairly serious charges where it's either do this work or go to prison. I haven't had one who has not asked to come back and do extra work in there after they've completed their hours. It is really, really meaningful, and they get such a profound sense of purpose and community involvement that it's quite a changer. And so it's positive all the way around. We've extended our education things in there. I don't know whether you've seen the TV programs that have popped up. There was one on Sunday. There was a Rude Klein-paced one based in there around some of the work that we're doing. So there's been quite a bit of media stuff that's happened around there. But we also host events. So the Southland Secondary Schools Cross Country, they have 600 people come in. And there's mountain bike races, there's various other bits and pieces in there that collectively comes to around 3,000 people who use that area. A significant number of those are people who will stay on in town or who will go down and spend money in the local businesses, and so it's had quite a positive effect there too. What I'm actually have come to say today is we want to go one step further, and we want to develop an international class orienteering map. We've got quite a basic one, which you'll see at the end of your handout. It's got Lake Henry there, and it's got some basic stuff, and you'll see the big purple extension. Well, that's the area in behind the holiday park that we've put tracks through, and Doc have given us permission to map that. And then there's an area across the road, if you're looking at the photograph, that's proposed on the map. You see the rough area that we wish to map, because we want to map the area across the road, because that can then be used by the scouts and various school groups and what have you as well. So by doing that, we end up with an area that becomes an internationally standard orienteering map. And then we want to put a permanent orienteering course in here. Now, most places in New Zealand have got these. Some places in New Zealand, like in Rotorua, I was in Rotorua when they built, and I was one of the originators of the one in Rotorua. 20 years ago, we moved down here, and now I think it's time for us to have one in Tiano. It's the perfect place. It would be just like the one at Queen's Park, so I'll put some information in about the Queen's Park one in there. That would be unobtrusive. It wouldn't be where the mowers go. We talk to the contractors. We know where we can put things. We put a trial one in just to check that that's all fine. It wouldn't affect the frisbee golf or any other users that are in there. It would be, and it'd be quite smart. What we're proposing is we do something a little bit different. We have the normal posts, and there's a picture of a small picture of what we post. It's just something that just sticks up out of the ground, just on the edge of a garden. It's quite unobtrusive. But besides having the normal orienteering thing in there, like you normally have, say, 2 letters like a W and an A or something like that on there, which could be used. We also want to have an environmental theme on there, so we would have that, but we'd also have an environmental question wrapped down the side of it, and it would be something like, I'll put an example in there, which set of mountains did they rediscover the Takahi in? A, Himalayas, B, Murchison, C, Takatimus. And so people would go and get these maps. They would then either go around the course as a normal orienteering course, or they'd go around to answer the environmental questions. Now, the reason why that is that it enables us to give quite a bit more local history, quite a bit more environmental sorts of threads, and there's quite a high interest to schools and those sorts of groups coming in. I often get phoned up by schools saying, we're coming to Tiano, we're staying at the holiday park, have you got some activities for us to do? And so increasing those 1, 2 hour, 3 hour activities in town would be enormously helpful. We've got a few, like the frisbee golf, but certainly for school groups and for families coming from Dunedin, Christchurch, that sort of thing, it would be quite beneficial. This would require no maintenance. The way we'd work it is we would print off the maps similar to that one that you've got in Queen's Park, but it would be a directional one. It would be just the posts, and it would be done like a score thing, and they would go around and collect as many as they could, and they would decide what level they were doing them at. So we'd have those maps available at dock, at motels, in the library. They would pay $1, pick up their map, go away and do that activity, and then they could come back and just mark. It's self-marking. I've already spoken to the moteliers, and I've spoken to the library, and I've spoken to dock. They're all quite happy to have a set of maps there with a donation box. When they get low, they just contact us, flick us a message. We would come around, take that money away and top up the maps. So it's self-funding. It's quite a cheap activity, and then the dollar would simply enable us to carry on with producing the maps, and anything that was left over would go back into planting native trees up in the park. So that's basically the proposal. It won't impact on any other activity. It would enhance. So in terms of can I do this? Yes, I've got a very strong group of people that's in the dozens that assist in various ways. I'm also a member of the Southland Orienteering Club, and last year I was to manage the New Zealand orienteering team that went to Australia, and we beat the Aussies. We thrashed them. So I've got that background, plus a lot of community involvement in various things, and we also coach quite a few of the local people like Dwight Grieve and those sort of runners. I've got a couple of God's Own teams I'm coaching. I coach the local orienteers. So this would be a splendid asset even for those sorts of people to be doing things, not just the Joe Public or the school groups or the what have you. So that's basically my my pitch. If there's any questions.
I think, Sean, that was working well there. That was really awesome. So yeah, are there any questions?
Through your worship. Have you had much to do with the Fair Society, the Fiordland Endurance and
No.
no? Is it something that you consider looking at with regard to? I know that they currently have a setup with a row gaining or orienteering.
They tend to work a wee bit separately, and they tend to work in dock areas over bigger terrain. On more the orienteering side of it. So I'm with Southland Orienteering, New Zealand Orienteering. They don't have any involvement with that sort of thing. So all of these courses that have been set up around the country have been set up by Orienteering New Zealand. And FAIR it's quite a small group of people. I'm with Fiordland Athletics Club and Southland Orienteering. So yeah. So even the God Zone people that I coach aren't members of FAIR. They're all separate.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. I think the lack of questions doesn't reflect anything other than a really good presentation, and you covered a lot of detail on there. So, yeah, very impressive.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Can I just comment thank you on just the contribution of the community members, who's over many years. It's a tribute to their enthusiasm and ongoing interest in these, a number of things. And establishing the Ivan Wilson Park, or extending it further. So,
Oh, thank you very much. I will relay that to them. So thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And we've got a second Wendy to a date that go to the table. I'll give you 10 minutes, Wendy. It's
Yeah,
just,
that'd be great.
yeah, it'll be a little bit longer than that, the allocated 5.
Yeah, I probably only need 5, but...
Okay, cool. Well, I'll do it for 5.
Okay, thanks for that. Happy 2023 to all present here today at this meeting, and let's hope it is a happy one because we all deserve it. Firstly, you've all received my 36 pages of information by email last week, and I'm a hard worker, as you can see, and I do it for nothing. I'm starting off with cycle safety, since I have biked all the way from Nightcaps to present at this meeting. I did that yesterday, and I'm biking all the way back. So being part of the Cycle Action Network online and Safer Cycling Foundation, you can see that my bike over there with the 1.5 metre distance safety sign that I created, that 1.5 metres is in the road code as a suggestion. And it's on the Facebook page, as you see, and encouraging motorists to stay a safe distance away from cyclists. We're hoping to get this as a rule in New Zealand, and there is going to be a petition which is being worked on. I'd like to say that there is good signage on a bridge over the Areti River near Winton regarding going 40 k's when cyclists are present. Yeah, I put a photo of that sign in there, so well done to everyone. And there is, in February, I sent the link round, there is a cycle challenge in Aotearoa, and so it'd be good to get on your bike and get fitter during that month. And also like to yesterday congratulate on the Southern Traverse signage near Winton on the back road, 35 k's to Invercargill, which I thought was really, really neat to have that distance on there. Next, Citizens Advice Bureau have had a campaign about the exclusion and harm caused by digital first or digital only approach to public service delivery. With regard, I'm sorry to say, to your government's organisation service, yeah, I can honestly say that some service is poor regarding face-to-face or on the phone, especially with field staff. When I worked for a government organisation, regional council, I used to show respect for the ratepayer and general public and follow up in person with people who made complaints or required information. As you can see from the Citizens Advice Bureau information that I printed out, there's plenty for you to action and improve how you respectfully communicate with the public. Next, beautification of nightcaps. There's a sign with the coal bucket underneath at the entrance to nightcaps. I put a photo of that in my information to you. I just wondered if one of your elected representatives could be proactive and get, encourage some native carex plants or to be put in there and clean up the sign. And I've said, am I the only one who cares about things like this? Because we need to enhance rural small communities because they're very, very special in their own unique way. Next, rates. Yep. I am, again, proactive with my petition to Parliament, which I put in the thing, regarding increasing the rates rebate for people on low incomes. And my rates are $3,190.40 per year in nightcaps, and I pay them on time and up to date to SDC. It's sad to see that there's over $1 million or more owing in unpaid rates. And what are you doing to the kind people, for the kind people who pay their rates on time? There are also people not paying enough rates, and this is not fair on the good people who pay their rates and who have to tighten their belts because of the high rates we pay in Southland. Next, first edition. I've mentioned this quite a few times in the past. What is SDC doing to reduce costs of this glossy publication? 2020 to 2022 cost ratepayers over $100,000 to produce. Next, the SDC vehicle fleet with a book value of over $1 million. And I have to mention this, one of your animal management utes cost $45,664 in 2016. And I can't even get this person to do an inspection out my way to look at multiple lots of dog excrement on my property over the Christmas New Year break, which was very upsetting. Her ute cost more than I paid for my property in 2016. So have a think about things and see if ratepayers are getting value for more money, please. Next, there's no automatic acknowledgement of emails by SDC. Gore has this good customer service system. At least the email is acknowledged straight away. And I request that your systems need improving pretty soon, please. Next, district plan rules. There's lots of district plan rules. I've put some rules about signage and the different sizes of lettering. 75 millimetres is the minimum size of lettering on signage. This includes, election signage and all those other temporary signage or event signages, and art and all that. So SDC needs to make sure all are abiding by these rules, because that's fair. New buildings on sections, and sewage connections, making sure all new buildings have these. It's not fair if some get away with having temporary toilets and don't pay full rates while other ratepayers pay full rates. Next, Local Government Act Section 39. Please remember that governance structures and processes need to be effective, open and transparent. Next, there's 15 pages in my presentation notes to you about dog control. And dog control, as I've been strong over the last 10 years or so, needs drastically improving in Southland. My petition is still with Parliament, and all these photos of uncontrolled dogs in nightcaps and o-tau-tau that I've put in my information have been submitted on the Parliament website along with your latest dog control report information. There were 739 complaints SDC received in the 2021 to 2022 year, nearly double that of the previous year. There are many dog owners who are irresponsible with their dogs, and they bring the area down. And saying that, there are really lots of good dog owners too. There's a $300 fine for not complying with bylaws like dogs on leash or not picking up dog excrement. I'm pleased to say there is a new SDC sign in Nightcaps which has the information infringement fines apply. Thanks. Here is a new lead I have to give away to a dog owner. That's how proactive I am. I care, and do you? Does SDC care about dog control issues? Because I feel sometimes, a lot of the time actually, ignored and disrespected, and no acknowledge of the work I am trying to do to make Southland a safer, better place. I have been horrendously bullied in Nightcaps by some dog owners, and it's not fair because I try and do really good work. Finally, there are some things I haven't got time to cover in the short amount of time to speak, but please, Chief Executive, please be respectful and apply to any letters because it takes time to do letters, and that's fair. And just one other thing, you know, complaints are important to progress a council forward. Don't treat them as negativity because they can lead to a safer, better council, and your motto is working together for a better Southland. So please incorporate everybody because we're all important. And thank you. Please be fair and care more. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Wendy. You get that well under 10 minutes, so you did well.
Sorry, I was a bit slower than my timing practice.
Are there any questions from the floor? There being none, I'll thank you for your presentation, and if you'd like to leave a copy of your notes for today, if you think that will add any value to the presentation that we've got, we can take
Can I scan them and get them to you, or get one?
or
Or you want to copy them now?
You just have a say, we'll get going and we can deal with it in a minute.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll move on to the Murihiku submission on the proposed National Built and Environmental and Spatial Planning Act. It's a bit of a mouthful. On page 17 of the agenda, and I believe Marcus Roy is going to come and speak to this one. And we have the new map. Sorry, I'll let Cameron look at the group
Manager Jane Parfitt. I'd just like to welcome Jane to the meeting and introduce her to everybody. She's going to sit alongside Marcus and
not say much.
let's go and make sure that
welcome along.
Thank you.
Okay, hello. Okay. Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Your Worship. My report today relates to the reform of the Resource Management Act. Specifically, we are going to talk about I'm thinking the approval in principle of you of this Murihiku submission to the proposed Natural and Built Environment Act and Spatial Planning Act. I will take this submission as a read, and I make a few comments about the document. Okay. The Murihiku submission is a joint initiative from Southland, the four Southland councils, and it will be reviewed by Te Ao Marama. However, they are going to be part of Naitahu submission. Okay? But they are going to comment and give us feedback. Some relevant point about these submissions are that we established in the document are around the concern of accountability. Council will be responsible for implement the plans with limited information and guidelines. We need more mechanisms for understand well what's going to happen. We established concern about the funding system. Council going to pay for the regional implementation, including the Regional Planning Committee, the Secretariat, and iwi and HABU participation. Okay? There is not mechanism or guideline how Council going to pay that. There is establishment of Council, they are going to pay in a good faith, in a good agreement, okay? But there is not a specific guideline. We established several concerns around the implementation itself, like they are still missing relevant component. The third part of the reform, that is the climate change adaptation bill, has been not introduced, so we don't know nothing about that or what the specific of this document, and neither the national planning framework. The national planning framework is the document that is going to establish limit and target. Okay, so it's really hard to make policies without no limits and target. We are dealing mostly with general stuff, like at the structure, how we are going to work, but not in the making process itself, because we don't have limits and target. A possible lack of regional feedback and local context or local flavor into the decision-making process. For example, we have limited feedback on the national planning framework, I mean in the limit and target, so we cannot deal with permanent issue or establish a specific limit for the region, for a specific topic in a permanent way. The council going to have limit participation and influence in the regional decision-making process, okay? Because will be made by the regional committee. So council can put some input, but in a limited way through some document. So, and about the implementation, we have uncertainty of the interpretation of several terms and definitions that must be clear in a legal context, okay, to avoid future conflict, especially with tribunal one. They are the money that we have to invest in that is quite high. And the last topic that I want to mention, or specific concern that we put it, they are more specific for Murihiku, for the region, okay? And like example, will experience and policy from other region be suitable from Southland environment context and identity? I'm thinking, or we are thinking about, in the case that we are not in the pilot model, okay? So we are going to take experience and policies that come from another region, another model. So that is going to be suitable for our environment, or identity. Another point is, will experience and policy from other regions be suitable for protecting our unique places under development, like Stewart Island, Recura, or Fjordland? They are quite specific, unique, and their identity come from, they are quite isolated places, tourist places, so the development, the experience for another region will be suitable for those places. So we still have the uncertainty around that. And the last point is about existing use right. We are going to need a greater ability to remove or alter existing right if they contradict limit and target, for example, indigenous biodiversity. Like experience from all council, this lack of ability produce a really high complication in a court that we lost. Everyone lost. There is not winning on that. And that is confirmed because the current Resource Management Act doesn't give enough power or resources or tool for deal with this situation. The new system is not clear about that neither. So that is why we are putting on it. Okay. Well, that is the basis of the Murihiku submission, and if you have any question, I'm happy to help. Councillor Menzies.
I've just realised, I was reading through the whole report, but I've just realised the actual submission that you're intending to send away is from page 44 of our report, not the whole report itself.
Through you, Your Worship, it was appended as attachment A.
Yes.
So in that, in the submission, which it's great to hear that you linked in with the other areas, so it's a joint submission, and just note, as we have over several different submissions over the last couple of years, a very short time frame, you've had to do that, and you're confident that you have in the submission itself covered all the points that you've raised in the report.
Well, I'm going to extend a little bit the question. This one is, we are working together, the four councils.
Yes.
So that gave me more confident that we are going to pass not only Southland District Council experience on the document, we are going to pass the Murihiku experience to the document. We share some kind of concern, especially with the Regional Council Environment Southland, but I feel confident that we are passing on spirits on it, okay? And the history of opportunities and issues that we were dealing. Okay? And it's not something that we are working alone. Also, we are working with other colleagues, but at the same time, we are going to have also feedback from we have a representative that is going to give us a better context. So in the way that if I'm going to be confident or we are going to be confident about the document, the content of the document, yes, probably will be detailed, yes. We are still polishing the final document. How you say it, time was quite complicated, but I don't want to use it like an excuse because we are dealing with the Resource Management Act problem for the last 20 years. So I don't want to use that like an excuse. But yeah, we are working all together, and that made me confident that we are putting at least the Murihiku flavor, the Murihiku experiences into the document. Okay.
Just given that question of Councillor Menzies on that time frame, and it's a real concern for me because it's not just us that's been implicated by it, it's every council up the country. So do you share the same concerns as me that the level of confidence in the end result due to not having enough time for all the councils to actually contribute into like a worthwhile submission process, that it's going to potentially adversely affect the end result of the reform?
Through you, Your Worship, it's a great question. I think even the private sector and advocacy groups are in a similar boat too. This is our second opportunity to put in a submission. So there was a preliminary exposure draft released earlier, which that submission is appended to this report as well. So we have had an initial view. It feels like some of the decisions around the context and the intent of the legislation have already been made, and this is more. This round is more of a detailed look at about process, but as outlined in the submission, there's certainly quite a lot of more detailed information to come with that national planning framework as to which level the targets and limits will sit at, whether they're going to be nationally directed or whether the region's going to have more ability to fine-tune what that looks like with all of the community to really see what those limits look like. But I think one thing, picking up on your karakia this morning, it very much talked about our local flavour and the wind and the frost and some of those aspects, which was, I guess, very poignant about Murihuku's natural elements and our natural differentiation around how our region works to a lot of other places around the country, which needs to be brought into what our future regulation looks like.
Yeah, that's a real concern of mine, is losing that ability as a region to actually have a say. Councillor Greene.
Through you, Worship. You mentioned, I think you mentioned in our last meeting around wanting to be part of the pilot, and I think you've just mentioned that we're not now part of the pilot. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Who is, would be my
Through you, Your Worship, effectively the details around how to become part of the pilot have not been released, and there hasn't been a formal process to apply to be part of the pilot at this stage. I guess the submission's been very much around the implications and what we're seeing with the legislation, as opposed to advocating to be part of the pilot, because that is, I guess, an implementation of the legislation once it lands. So we're still very much in that conversation of gauging the wider organisations about whether that's fit for Southland and whether we are going to apply to be part of the pilot. But purely the submission is generally just around what we're seeing with the legislative intent and the function and form of how that will look moving forward. So we're not in or out at this stage. It's purely just we haven't made those comments that we want to be part of the pilot in this submission purely because it's not an application stage to get in yet.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Through your Worship, has there been any consultation when you're doing your draft submission, with federated farmers and other industry groups around how it's going to affect farming? Because I see, you've got moving existing land use rights and stuff like that. And given what happened in Te Anau Basin, is the council's position more to be trying to get the rules more on council side to have more power over that sort of thing? Because
through you, Your Worship, that's a great question. So effectively, the local government submissions are primarily around our primary functions around how that legislation is going to impact councils, rates, zoning, infrastructure provision, future community planning. spatial planning and some of those implications and any things we're seeing in terms of achieving those aspirational outcomes and the intent of the legislation. So generally in these sort of situations, when we're forming up submissions, they are public submissions, and Fed Farmers are engaging their constituents, and Beef and Lamb and Forest and Bird and all of those agencies are all, EDS are all in the process of forming their own position and submissions as part of that process. So normally scope-wise for council submissions, it's generally been pretty confined to operational components or policy components associated with how the organisation runs and then some of the key statutory functions, as opposed to being a lot more broad brush and advocating for certain sectors of the community, because if we were in that space then we would need more time to engage with individual agencies and potentially risk missing a portion or some stakeholder group that would want to be involved. They've certainly got the opportunity to be involved in that legislative consultation process as well.
Councillor Baparai and then Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Chamberlain preempted one of my questions, which was like, how are we engaging with wider industry groups here? Because I know that mentioned, but nobody else. And other than that, a couple of general comments from my perusing this. We are replacing close to a 900-page RMA with another one, which is close to 900 pages already, and that doesn't include the climate change and managed retreat. So this is certainly not going to be far simpler or, more efficient looking at this way. We've also put the cart before the horse by not having the national planning framework. But where you were talking about loss of local voices, I also note going through the bill and other issues on it, we don't, consenting authorities will no longer need to hold hearings even if a consent is notified. Things like this worry me, because when a bill opens with the fact saying that we want to revitalize local democracy, and that's all there is to it, nothing further. The entire bill seems to be taking away local voices. Who is going to be on these regional planning commissions, appointed members, elected members? The devil's going to be in the detail with this one. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I picked out about 5 or so spelling mistakes that I can talk to you about later. I've got the page numbers for them written down, but I wasn't bright enough to write down the page numbers for the other things. Just 2, I think it's under the uniqueness of Mirahiki where you mentioned data, etc. And I wondered if we should refer to the topic climate that was done years ago, and also perhaps the LIDAR work, as just further knowledge that we've got of our specific area. And I can't see it now, but there was mentioned reference to rivers, and I'm wondering if the YL is worthy of special mention in the light of what's happened to it and perhaps future protection for it. And also a mention of coal, and I'm wondering if we should be saying something about the transitional stage we're going through, and while we're certainly looking to cease coal because of the fossil fuel effects on climate change, there is that transitional period that it's going to be important that a fuel source is able to be accessed for our industry and economy, if nothing else. If it saves us importing cheaper stuff from overseas or poorer quality.
Certainly, and through you, Your Worship, on the coal point, I think that will come out as part of that Climate Adaptation Act, which is part of the 3 documents that will replace the RMA, and we haven't seen any exposure draft or any indication of the intent beyond, I guess, the title, but it certainly seeks to achieve that Paris 2050 carbon neutrality, but also getting that through the planning requirements as well. So there's still some unknown as to exactly what the function and council's responsibilities and how that transitional component may impact Southland moving forward at this stage. It's a wee bit unknown. But yeah, great points.
Okay. Yeah, some real key themes in all of this, and I think especially to Councillor Vaporai's point about that actual loss of our voice, and we actually know our backyard better than anyone else, and I think we need to try and ensure that we've got a line into whatever that future plan is to be able to maintain that control locally, to not have that broad brush approach of when we're seeing issues at the moment with the national policy statements coming through and having that effect on us. So yeah, I think it's very important.
One last issue, Francisco, if I may ask. I've noticed some other council submissions talking about the fact that they are not satisfied with the definition of built up in this. Natural environment has been extended, and extensively defined, but built up. So if somewhere you have, say, an open space left, a park or something, it's surrounded by, is that part of that urban ecosystem, or is it, are you satisfied with the definition of built up? What they refer to in this bill, please?
Thank you for your question. From the policy point of view, is more than happy or not, is it will be affected or not. And in this point, need more clarity.
Yep.
Not only natural, built, they are changing to the definition of environment. There is still discussion about it will be affected or not. The same concept of Oranga Utetayao is not. It's more like an vision, more like a legislative concept. So there are plenty of that. I want to extend again the question. The other thing, what I'm not happy is there are some definition in different acts that they are not the same, or they have modification. So from the policy point of view, that's going to create conflict because we have two legislative component that is showing different concept, or not different, but with different things that we can pass to tribunal.
We don't have case law yet, so you can have.
Yeah, and we are putting that, and I'm happy local government, New Zealand, and also Tai Tuara, they ask for legal advice. They have the legal advice. We are going to attach to the submission the legal advice. And they go more deep into the definitions, not only this one, also in another one, and some statement as well, and not only the new ones, also the other one that they are using in another act that could have differences. So yeah, so we need more clarity at the moment. What I can say, I'm happy with the idea. Okay. The mechanism or the guideline will be, we are going to be struggling in the application, okay?
You could try to be a lawyer, we know that case law gets tested. Case law means these.
I just note through your submission also the point around the need for increased funding and resource. Are you anticipating that should this bill become an act that the cost to the council are likely to increase, and what level would that be? And I appreciate that's quite difficult to answer because of the lack of clarity and where it may fit in with future legislation.
Yeah, good question. Through you, Your Worship. Council's already required to review our district plan every 10 years and also link in with the regional policy statements and regional council and ICC and Gore. So effectively, I think currently there's about 7 statutory required RMA plans to be produced in a Southland context. We will be moving to one environmental plan, plus a spatial plan preceding that. So it's a wee bit of crystal ball gazing as to exactly what the cost implications are going to be and how that may be apportioned between separate agencies and iwi as we go through that process. But certainly, I think being part of that pilot group, if that's our view from a Murihuku perspective, that's certainly going to support, some of that grunt work and the communication and engagement and making sure that we can really properly do that local engagement the best we can to get all the community buying into the issues and how we're going to deal with them and the limits and the targets, because it's all very well having the best regulation you can, but if the community doesn't be involved in the generation and have skin in the game and understand the why and the how, then it's really difficult to actually implement it and get the outcomes that you're seeking to achieve. Regulation doesn't solve problems. It's understanding the values and building the community awareness and bringing them on that journey that helps to actually get the gains. It's the hearts and minds a wee bit to a certain extent as well. So implementation of the doing is going to be critical to having success in this space.
Sorry, I mean also the proposed reform is adding new institution statement like at the secretariat, the regional committee, and different process in the middle. So it's adding. When you add something, that means you have to pay for it, okay? And because it's keeping the other part of the council, the other role like a consenting enforcement will be there from the council. But the thing is, the new proposed system is adding a new statement, new people, new staff, and we are going to building everything. But it's not mention or put in some mechanism to deal with that, because when you have a policy and you add something, it's because you are going to reduce the cost in another thing. In this case, there is not a reduction in another part. Okay, so that means will be something new that we have to pay for it, and also the proposed reform is not telling us it will be support or not for this money. Only they are saying that council going to pay for that. And I don't know if council will be happy to put more money into the system. It's something that is uncertainty. So that is why we're asking for more money, clearly, but also resources, or trying to get more clarity in which part of all roles, like a council, we are going to save money because we are going to put this one in the way that this one going to benefit. Okay, so this one is unclear. And when you add in, the easy thing is ask for more money. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want more bureaucracy and more cost in the more complicated system.
And the other thing is, again, with the definition and the term, if we are going to need more lawyers, because we are going to finish in the tribunal, okay, we are going to need money for the lawyer, or a new department with legal issues, okay? So that is the uncertainty that we have around the context, the form, and the system that is proposing. Hope that's going to change after the submission, but yeah, that is the uncertainty that we have at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Radenclaw. Councillor Radenclaw, can you hear us?
I'm here. Thank you, through you, Your Worship. A lot of my comments and thoughts have already been spoken about, and of course, the loss of local voice. Thank you for your submission today. On page 29, the last paragraph, I wondered about just rewording the second sentence in there to make it stronger. It says, we would like to see the full participation of local council and communities in the preparation of the NPF, and I wondered if we request would make it a stronger line to put into that submission.
What page is it, sorry?
Yes.
I'm on page 29, the last paragraph. The last paragraph starts, we are concerned about whether the NPF will incorporate regional and local Pacifics. Then the next sentence starts with, we would like to see, and I wondered if we strengthen that up and put request in there, we request the full participation, rather than we would like to see, but anyone else's thoughts on it, the stronger it is, the more it may be looked at.
Well, I think it's a valuable change. Councillor Minty.
Just to clarify, that's not part of the submission, or is that going?
The report.
Is that going up?
It's the report, not the submission that's going.
Attachment A, isn't it? Attachment A is the submission, isn't it?
Am I in the wrong area?
No, that's just what I read to earlier, that just clicked for me. That's not the whole document that's part of the submission. It's only from page 43, was it?
43.
43.
The actual submission. Yep. The other is background information for us.
Okay.
Yep.
Which I have. Okay. I know that's good. Thanks, Christine.
Councillor Chamberlain.
It's probably more of a frustration, Your Worship, than a question, because when you try and chug your way through this thing, which put me to sleep numerous times, about community involvement and getting communities to be involved in the local district council. In this plan, they're sort of taking a lot of that responsibility away from us. It just seems to contradict, one document seems to contradict the other. And should we be strongly advising in this report that we would like to keep control of our own? I know the RMA has obviously got its faults, but surely we can tweak them, and because what we've done doesn't mean it's the way we always have to do it. So, I would be strongly advising that we should be trying to keep control of our own destiny and involve our own people through our.
Through you, Worship, is it therefore of benefit to actually reference things like the future of local government in this document, so that, because everyone seems to be working in isolation, so would it not make sense to then reference some of the things that we know are already on the table, include them in the submission, so that somebody starts to actually join some dots here?
And that's the irony of the whole timing of it all, because doing the future for local government last, which is implying very strongly that there's a big sense on that localism and that local control, whereas all the other reforms at the moment are doing the polar opposite. It's going to make that last one impossible to implement. So, yeah, probably not for that's something you can answer, but yeah, I think I agree with Councillor Graney. We actually do need to point that out and reference that irony of the whole thing.
Through you, Worship, totally agree. It's sort of, giving with one hand, saying you need more local government, more localism with one hand, and taking with the other. But if local government is going to be one of the key implementers of the new system, how does local government achieve the localism or the requirements of the local government, future local government findings, and also achieve the centralised decision making around some of the national planning framework? So it's definitely a tension in the competing reforms that we need to work on. So yeah, James just identified that as outlined in one of the summary concerns. But yeah, certainly a key point as we see this rolling forward.
When you look at the concept of participatory democracy, which is something that they're exploring, I don't see how that concept would even fit into this at all under the committees and everything that they've got, because it's removing the ability to really do that. So,
and with the change of leadership and possibly whatever happens in October, is all this work for nothing? I don't know.
I think highlighting our concerns with it will feed into whatever sort of process it sort of goes down. Councillor Byers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you could also mention that the local government reform is supposed to rebuild the trust in central government, whereas everything that we're seeing at the moment is working in the opposite direction. Natural products reform coming through, another cracker taking away the rights of the people. So, the government runs the risk of I suppose, completely alienating themselves and reducing their credibility to almost zero, I suppose.
Are there any further questions? Were you finished? Sorry, Captain.
Through your worship, sort of touching on a few things the councillors have brought up. I think on a really positive note, if you look at the legislation that's being proposed and some of the changes and some of the fluid situation that we're in with regards to potential change of central government, I think we're in actually a really, really good position in terms of the opportunities that we have in terms of being able to prove not only to local government but to central government how we can endorse the use of our resources in the unique way that we can. So if you look at, say, as an example, the Manapori Power Station, and you look at sort of the reinvigoration of tourism assets and so on and so forth. So, while it looks like a big bad ogre at the moment, I think you should take stock and look at the opportunity that we have as a province when you compare us to maybe some of the other areas of Southland. So I think we should bear that in mind as well and use that as leverage for some of these issues that are obviously presenting themselves.
Next, Councillor O'Brien. So we've got the recommendations on page 18. Sorry, just bear with me for a second. So just looking at recommendation B, so the submission is referred to as attachment A, but that should probably be referred to as attachment B. So we're receiving the report, we are approving the submission, and noting that we've already approved delegation to the Chief Executive and the General Manager of Structural and Environmental Services to finalise the submissions on the environmental reforms.
So this is it. So this is the submission, the councillor.
That's the one here dated 25th of June.
Councillor Menzies. Just this.
The whole thing is a submission. This one. Attachment B. Attachment B.
Okay, so the submission is attachment A.
Attachment A.
With the wrong date in it.
Correct.
And Stewart Island spelt wrong.
Yep. So noting that
Yeah.
attachment A is the complete submission, then Councillor Ravenclaw's point was correct. So are we able to make that amendment as well, assuming everyone's
So that was page 11.
Councillor Menzies?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's why I was seeking clarity on at the beginning, because I have a lot of concerns about the current document before us. It needs a lot more work in order to be ready to be part of the submission. We referred to one spelling mistake, but there's several parts through that document where it needs to be changed, and we're not able to identify that here today. So how do we ensure that that submission is ready to be?
So we've got Part C where the Chief Executive and the General Manager. Would you like to have an elected member as part of that final sign-off as
Happy
well?
to. I mean, there's double negatives in there, and which changes the intent of the sentence, and it just needs to be carefully proofread.
So would you be happy to be that person that has a look at that final?
There may be others who...
or anyone else want to add into that?
Well, I've got about 4 spelling mistakes, that's all.
Do we want to, do I go as far as to, I don't know what your timing is like, but to email out a link for the councillors to have a comment on the final draft before going through? Would that work all right, timing?
Yes, so through you, Worship, from here, Invercargill City Council, I think, is workshopping tomorrow. ES is workshopping today, and Gore's in the process as well. So I guess all the councillors are all seeing it. So there's definitely going to be some polish between here and the submission date. And even some of the content is, I guess, going to be massaged with it to make sure we've got really clear intent of what we're seeking to achieve, and then some of the rationale as to explanation as to the context of why. So when you're looking at it, it's, okay, this is what we want to achieve, and actually here's some of the bits and pieces to make it more clear and easier to read. Just so whoever's on the receiving end and putting it into the system, they can really clearly understand where we're at.
So would you like to still have that?
I'm happy to be involved in that process.
Yeah, so if we add Councillor Menzies' name into C, or is it D? So we're just adding in a D that Council agrees for Councillor Menzies to have an oversight of the liaise
with
the
the
CE. Yep.
CE and GM.
Prior to it being submitted. Is everyone happy with A through to C and the new D? Would someone like to move? Councillor Chamberlain, do we have a seconder? Councillor Keast, all in favour? No. Anyone against? Carried.
Through your worship, I still stand that we should make reference to the future.
It is referred in the but would you like a stronger reference, Councillor?
Page 3 on our document, but this is the third page of the actual submission.
What page, sorry?
It's the third page of the attachment A, second bullet point.
Is there an opportunity to strengthen that report?
Certainly.
I did. Right, so we'll just thank you for that. That was We'll move on to section 8.1, page 49 of your agenda, the district licensing committee. I believe people is going to speak to us.
Good morning. I'll take the report as read. It's essentially just a procedural matter in terms of appointing the new district licensing committee now that we have a new council. So effectively, Councillor Duffy will be appointed as the chair, or we're proposing that Councillor Duffy continue as the chair. Councillor Boparai and O'Brien will be appointed as members, and Councillor Menzies will be appointed as a chair in the event that Councillor Duffy is not available. The other key point is that we have an agreement with Gore and Invercargill City Council that we have a combined list. So essentially, if there's, particularly when it comes to district licensing committee hearings, if someone's unavailable, we can draw from their pool. And so what happens is that the chief executive will appoint them prior to a council, to a hearing taking place, so that we can rely on them if needed. It hasn't happened to date, but you never know. So that's essentially what the purpose of the report is, to put that DLC in place for this term. The only other point that I would just refer you to, for those of you who are new to the alcohol licensing area, is that in terms of fee setting, we would have, that's set by the regulations, and so if council wanted to change those fees, then we would have to pass a bylaw. So that's obviously quite a process to go through, but just to let you know, so it's currently funded by fees and partially by rates. But that's just something to bear in mind in the background.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Erin? Stevie? Nothing you wanted to add to that, Councillor Duffy?
No, I think it's been covered.
Right, so we have a number of recommendations there, A through to I, essentially appointing Councillor Duffy as the chairman, Councillor Menzies as the deputy, and then adding into Councillor Boparai and O'Brien and the other items that Erin has already discussed. So is someone in a position to move A through to I? Councillor Graney, do we have a seconder? Councillor Fraser? All in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Nice and easy for you. Okay, so we're at 8.2 now, the Better Off Framework Agreement. So we will jump to...
Through your worship, he has been waiting out in the other room.
Oh, yeah, cool.
If you want me to go
If
find
you want to go, just check. Yeah, we'll get the financial report underway. Welcome, Jodie. That's at page 87 of your agenda.
Your Worship, members of Council, the purpose of this report is to provide Council with an overview of the financial results for the 5 months ending 30 November 2022, and this is compared to projection. Just to remind you guys again quickly what projection is. It's the annual planned budget plus your carry forwards plus any unbudgeted expenditure, just to clarify that. Overall, we're tracking well. Operating income is only 1% below projection.
And the main activity contributing to this variance is the corporate services activity, and the reasons are set out on page 92 of your agenda. Operating expenditure is also only 4% under projection, and again, the main activity contributing is corporate services again, and some reasons are mentioned on page 94 of your agenda. Capital expenditure is 16% lower than projection, or 1.5 million, and this is mainly due to where we are in terms of our project spend year to date, and I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Joni. Do we have any questions from the floor? Councillor Duffy?
When I noticed the one lower ratepayer contributions for auto sealing by 141,000 than expected. So does that mean that there was quite a bit lower uptake on the auto sealing than we anticipated?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we'll need to just check that out. My understanding was that it was still fully subscribed, but it's probably just the timing of it. But can we just come back to you and just give you that information?
That was my understanding too.
Okay. So I did wonder too, under capital expenditure versus projection and environmental services, I presume that's was explained at the start with the projection plus underspend plus adding into that. The projections are way, way higher than the budget. Wherever that is.
Yeah, just wait a minute.
That was in environmental services somewhere, but it's not on the actual graph thing. It's somewhere else.
Are we talking about the operational expenditure?
That would be, I presume. But it's not on that either. There was somewhere where the graph was way up. Well, here we go on page...
Expenditure.
Yeah, page 95.
Yeah.
On that expenditure one, yes.
Oh, okay, so, through Mr. Chair, that's just showing the capital expenditure for environmental services, and unfortunately that graph, of course, is inflating it a little bit. So we're talking about $2,000 worth of actual cost compared to a budget of $24,000. So my understanding would be the key areas in that, and I could be corrected on it, would be around vehicle replacements, and that would be time.
Better to be that way than have the orange one higher than the blue one. Councillor Keast.
Just a query on the same page there of 93 under transport. It's saying there that it's offset by lower petrol tax income. I wasn't aware that we've got petrol tax income. Is that?
Yes, we do. From memory, it was about 240,000. That there's a contribution. It's petroleum. It's called actually petroleum tax, but it's we actually do receive an income. It's allocated, and Mr. Chairman, the Chief Executive may be able to add on that a little bit. No, possibly not. Okay, so my understanding was, and I'll come back to you and just clarify, but my understanding previously about that was it was the amount of sales that occurred in the Southland area, of which we were entitled to a portion. ICC received the entire funds, and then they do the allocation process, of which we receive a portion of it. But I will just go back and just get some more information on it for you and provide you with that, because it has been a few years.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see the weighting of how that's actually...
Yep.
It'll make us all happier when we fill the car.
Well, it might make us decide where we fill the car too.
It might too.
Decides where it's allocated. Any further, Councillor Chamberlain?
Through your wish. Just under water supply, what does it mean, capital cost of 632,600, under projection largely as a result of phasing of projects? What does phasing mean?
So what phasing, actually, Joni, did you want to answer that?
No.
So phasing basically means that we have a full year's worth of budget. So, for example, it might be $1 million, but it's when is that budget going to be incurred? So the project managers go through and they go, well, actually, we're going to do a $500,000 project in September, and we're going to do another $500,000 project in February. And so that's phased. Okay, so the budgets are just putting those things. Of course, what actually happens is that it doesn't necessarily always go to plan. And so that's due to the fact that, our actual costs are not in line with where our budgeting is. Does that?
May I add, through your worship, our system phases or apportions every single budget line automatically by adding 1/12 to each month. So if that was the case, which it isn't here, I'm just explaining, the end of November you would have 5/12 worth of budget, if that makes sense.
For capital projects,
Yes.
you do actually go in with the project managers, don't you, and try to make a reasonable estimate of when those project costs. But generally what Joni's talking about is operational costs are generally 1/12 every month, we just assume.
That'll avoid your peaks and troughs.
Correct.
As you,
What it is trying to do is add to this analysis, because otherwise, if we didn't do that, we would be coming to you every month explaining everything. So if we can try and put in some sort of projection about when we were going to spend it, then that can minimise it. What we do we have reasonable tight controls on when we will change those, because otherwise you could run into the problem where we kept moving the budgets out and out and out till you hit June and then you didn't know about it. So our controls tend to be around that when the annual plan is undertaken, when we've done our forecasting round, or if something else has come up.
Any questions? Councillor Chamberlain?
Just one other, I just wonder, I know budgets, even my own budget, timing, sometimes some of these budgets are confusing because of timing, it's under this and over that, timing. If not simplify it by just saying, well, the timings, I get that, sometimes it doesn't work, but it's still in the budget, so does it mean, would it be more simple if it was, that particular item was on budget, not too worried about the timing of it, because I guess that comes down to when the work can be done, but to say something's 1 million under budget due to timing, but it's still coming possibly, isn't it? So that project could still be on budget, but it's just when it gets paid for.
Correct. That is the thing. I guess it's the way this report is written, is that we've done it on a monetary value per month, and we're doing it monthly, so it's important that we let you know. But you are correct in that the key point is how is the actual overall cost going to the overall budget.
I think I've said before, I'm more interested in the opening balance and the closing one, how it all fits in the middle as a jigsaw. But
the other key factor for this council is the timing of when that occurs, because there is movements between years, which is important to inform you of the reasons why, because it has implications.
And the sheer volume of projects and everything that we've got going on too, and the timing of where they all kind of line in, it's probably quite hard to get down to that individual level.
But I take on board Councillor Chamberlain's comment, and definitely do some work.
Yeah, overall, just a comment on the report. The detail in there is really good to follow, and the explanations are good. It's not just looking at a graph and trying to work things out. So I do appreciate it.
It's always great to try to think about, and Joni will attest to this, for what questions you may be asking. So then we run away and we write them all down, and we think, right, we'll get those ones, and next time we won't have any questions.
So there's no further questions on that. Would someone be in a position to move that we receive that financial report? Councillor Menzies, Councillor Guppy, all in favour? Aye. Anyone against? Thank you. Right, Simon, we'll go back to 8.2.
Right, thank you for that. Apologies for missing the slide.
We're on page 57.
So we'll take the report as read as it is. It is just simply a cover report. I think the key things there, though, are the two key points to note, and also the commentary around the fact that the previous council had a report around the application itself at the time that before it was submitted. All of these things have been signalled by the DIA through the application process, so there's no surprise in what's in the funding agreement. And there were some questions at the time from various councils around exactly what that meant. That was clarified, and that was particularly around clause 2.10. And it was clarified by the DIA at that point that councils are entitled to have their opinion about it, around the reforms, and there was nothing stopping them doing that. There is a line at one point which hasn't been made exactly clear where that is, but there's a point where that actually then tips into affecting the reputation of the Department of Internal Affairs. So, as I said, nothing new in here. It isn't clear with the attached letter that talks about the C4LD amendments. It isn't clear what those amendments were or that they were seeking. But what is clear is that the department has considered those and decided not to make any amendments. So. I suspect that some of them were similar lines to what was raised during when the application period was, which is around what do some of these things mean, but I don't know for sure. In essence, that is the report, and if there are any questions.
So just a question for me with regard to that statement about essentially, I guess, defaming the Department of Internal Affairs, given the fact, based on the presentation earlier on the RMA reform, where we are raising concerns and queries about timing and everything else, it's a very subjective statement. So where does that sort of line get drawn as to challenging the government on reform, including Three Waters? And look, are we at risk of breaching that in any way?
As I said, I don't know where that line is, so I can't really answer it with any certainty. I think the key thing is, for me, I would say that if you're raising concerns, they have been raised all the way through. It's around, legitimately, where are the council's concerns around how the reform works practically, etc. I think that the difference is probably where you start commenting on the department or the ministries involved, etc., rather than actually, playing the man, not the ball type situation.
I'm just sort of thinking ahead thinking you've got to think the worst in these things when you're making these decisions, but if we had an issue with, say, the MTU, for argument's sake, where we had to jump in and challenge it, I'd like to think that we weren't barred from being able to do that because we'd signed an agreement for funding. So, yeah, I know you can't answer that question, but it's more of a comment, but yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, are there any other questions for Simon? Councillor Byers?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's not just the DIA, is it? It's the New Zealand government that's asking for us to restrict our opinions.
Well, I don't know if they're asking to restrict our opinions, but I think they're asking us not to defame for
an adverse effect on the goodwill, good standing.
It's subjective, I think, is it?
Yeah.
Councillor Barber?
Through you, Your Worship, if I may ask, I'm looking at Schedule 1, the permitted funding activities, on page 81. I want to expand if there was something something that was mentioned that XYZ are not permitted. Was there a certain benchmark that the funding can only be used for this? Was there something that we wanted to that didn't make the cut? I'm just going by the word permitted funding activities. So if you could expand on the guidelines that came with the money, that this is what we are restricted to spending it on.
Yeah, I think there's a definition in there that talks about a method. So the activities that are permitted are the ones that are included in that schedule. In terms of the application, everything that council put in the application was approved. And also what we've got there in terms of some additional projects, particularly around the public toilets, is the ones that there's not necessarily enough funding for at the moment, but if we were making savings across the board in all of the other projects, that additional funding can be used, or that freed up funding can be used for doing some more public toilet work, because it's a permitted activity. So it's already included in the application.
I'll just expand on the question. So what I meant was there anything that we've been at liberty to allocate these funds as we choose? There has been nothing that didn't make the cut, so to say?
If I could add that, Stuart Island we originally put in for a wharf. When they consulted, they said, don't even think about it, and we went for the walking track.
Yeah, those sort of things, that's
Yeah.
what I,
But that was before anything was formalised.
They must have had certain criteria around the community well-being.
so like that one didn't make the cut. Right.
Through your worship, so this funding is very similar to the funding we received in regards to the stimulus funding, in regards to the Three Waters work that we did around the district. The DI are very strict in regards to what you've applied for and what they've approved is what has to happen. If a savings made, then they can have a conversation or reallocation, but that's at the approval of the DIA and has to fit within the original intent of the application. So even once it's approved, that doesn't mean we can really chop and change projects or add ones in without specific approval from the DIA.
That's what I was getting at, thank you. That's what I wanted to make clear.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, probably similarly to Stewart Island, it was, we brought forward projects that were already in the LTP. So it's more about existing projects that were already existing and being able to bring those forward as opposed to actually doing new stuff.
Yeah, and for you, I think that it was the point with Stewart Island, was that the wharf was LTP, so it was all fully, shown as being fully funded. Similarly, there was another one, I think the walking track out Edendale to Wyndham, and because of that, it was ineligible for the application itself.
It's a complicated. Councillor Chamberlain?
Yeah, through your worship. If there was a change of thought from the government around Three Waters and stuff, could they retract this money? Or once it's given out, is it finalised?
$1 million question.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Yeah, I think it's a contract, but to Councillor Menzies' comment, I think it'll be pretty brave of a government to retract funding. We may not, tranche 2 might not go ahead, but tranche 1, I put my hand on my heart and say it's secured and we're safe. It would be a pretty brave government to pull money back out of.
Technically, there are elements in there, the termination clauses, all of those standard clauses in there which could be invoked, but take your point.
Looking forward, what sort of reporting are we going to have on how this money in the projects are going, how the money's being spent?
So I think in terms of reporting, we've got a reporting structure that we have to do for the DIA. I think it's every 6 months where there has to be an update as well. And I would expect that we will be reporting specifically to either to the assurance, or actually to the Assurance Committee or to Council around how these projects are running.
They certainly are going to put pressure on an already hefty workload, so it's really a challenge. But Councillor Fraser.
Just wondering around tranche 2 and just thinking ahead, do we have any indications of timing on when that may occur? Obviously things could change, but just to be in a good position because it'll probably happen quickly with not a lot of time.
So July 2024 was what's indicated for tranche 2. And within the schedule here, you see a couple of projects there for working with both the Murahuku Runanga and with the community boards to put ourselves in a position where both the engagement, the consultation and the scoping of projects and the discussions with the communities will have had essentially 12 months or so to occur before tranche 2 is potentially opened.
Yeah, further to Councillor Fraser's point, I think that proactivity is very important and actually feeding into the community board plans and making sure that we've got the I guess the nice to haves sort of sitting there somewhere that we can refer to as well, all of the sort of future projects. Councillor Green.
Through you, Your Worship, with the projects that are now sitting in here, they were brought forward projects as council. Staff now confident on delivery of those within the financial year or soon after.
Through you, Your Worship. The project team, or the various project teams, have reviewed the list and are starting to get a lot of this work rolling. However, it will have a flow-on effect to some of the other work that has been planned during the year. So we are in the process of coming back to council with that prioritisation around what effect the Better Off funding has against the original works program and what is likely to either come forward or go back. The actual Better Off funding in this year isn't a huge amount of work. It's probably more into next year where there's a lot more spend.
Also noting that some of it's actually community projects as well outside of council delivery, so that will take a bit of the load off as well.
And there was also within the budgets project delivery as well. So, understanding that we may need some either backfill resource or some resourcing of the projects themselves.
Cool. So, someone in a position to move that we receive that report? Councillor O'Brien, seconder, Councillor Friggin. All in favour? Might be a good one for some morning tea. Back in 15 minutes.
The Finance and Assurance Committee has delegated authority to approve the renewal on behalf of Council, and this was done at the 15th of June 2022 meeting. Overall, there were no significant changes to terms and conditions, with one change to the insurer. AIG UK replaced AIG Singapore as our aviation insurer. I'd like to note the decision to add a first fire loss limit of $20 million has resulted in approximately $45,000 of savings in premiums. Council chose a maximum sum of $20 million to ensure for any loss, as it's extremely unlikely to suffer a total loss of the buildings in one event as they are spread across the district. At the 15th of June meeting, staff advised that the estimated insurance premiums were $113,000 more than the $678,000 budget. This was mainly due to the increase in our public indemnity, public liability premiums as a result of insurers seeing an increase of severity and frequency of claims. In addition, the new Te Anau wastewater plant and the increasing property valuations increased our material damage premiums. The committee approved a recommendation to Council of $113,000 unbudgeted expenditure. Since that meeting, the premiums have now been confirmed. The public indemnity, public liability premiums were lower than anticipated. However, the LAP, which is the Local Authority Protection Program premiums for our underground infrastructure, were $83,000 higher than expected. This was due to a revaluation increasing the infrastructure value from $143 million to $304 million. The net impact of this means staff are now asking for $145,000 unbudgeted expenditure instead of the $113,000 the committee recommended. And this is covered in Resolution D. The second unbudgeted expenditure is for the 21-22 audit fees. The Auditor General have allowed Audit New Zealand to increase the audit fees to better reflect the real cost of conducting an audit. The 21-22 fees were $25,000 more than the budget of $143,000. The Finance and Assurance Committee recommended the approval of the unbudgeted expenditure at its 15th of June 2021 meeting. This was mistakenly omitted from last year's forecasting report, and as such, formal approval has been sought from Council today. As part of the 21-22 annual report, the $25,000 cost was met from the district ops reserves, and this is covered in Resolution E, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a quick question for me. So Resolution E, is that we're effectively approving retrospectively?
Yes. Unbudgeted expenditure.
Are there any questions?
I am referring to page 105, 8.4.6, where you're talking about the revaluation from 143 million to 304 million. That's quite a jump. Has there been capital works undergone, or have we done this revaluation after a long time?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so that's actually been undertaken as part of the annual report, so we discussed it as part of the meeting. Basically, we get a revaluation of our assets on an annual basis.
Right.
And as part of that, our valuers go and potentially, or principally, they look at the cost of undertaking those works in our environment. So a lot of it is based around our actual contract rates. The thing that there's always happens with contracts, of course, is we don't have a lot of contracts in a year that occurs. So there's two things that have happened. One, the cost of materials and actually doing the work has increased substantially, which is the big leader for it. And the second one is that there's possibly an element in there, but of course we did it on the best information. There's potentially an element in there that the values that we based it on the previous year were not as high as possibly they should have been. But that's only because of the works that we were doing, not because of any error, but just simply that was the reflection of what it was at that stage. We've gone through a very, very robust process with our valuers, and our auditors are currently undertaking the same process with our valuers to ensure that they believe that it's correct. But at this stage, we have no reason to doubt that that is the actual true.
So, I mean, now that we are done, we shouldn't be expecting these sort of major surprises anytime
Yeah,
soon.
look, this is by far the largest increase I have ever experienced in all my years. And that's why we did a very, very thorough discussion with them and went, heck, what's going on? We mapped it against other councils as well to try to understand were we an anomaly. The problem that we often have, though, in valuations is that you can't always take other people because it depends on how deep you lie the pipes and the conditions, around that. So it's often very difficult to actually use it across New Zealand. However, we did do a mapping exercise. It was not horribly out of step with that exercise.
Right, and just one last follow-up question. We've not changed values recently, have we? It's been the same.
It has been the same value,
And this
and it's been the same person undertaking that value between the years as well.
Thank you, Anne.
Councillor Graney?
Through you, Worship, would this actually also reflect the certain assets now coming on stream to be insured, like Tiana wastewater?
So there was an allowance in there also for new assets to come in, but when you are talking, Tiana assets, I think was around 25 million potentially. It was a small portion compared to the overall increase, but you are dead correct that there are additional assets, but in relative terms, it was a smaller portion of the overall reason.
So given that question, Councillor Graney, I would assume in future years, if we lose the assets to Three Waters, then that insurance premium...
It ceases, yes. It ceases. So our insurance premiums run from the 1st of November. And one of the things we also did was just had a discussion with LAP just generally about how, other places. I think we, at the time, discussed with you whether you wanted to continue to fully insure your assets or whether you wish to perhaps look at, a lower cost base on which to base it. You said that you would prefer to, given the risks, to continue at a high level. I believe that other councils, possibly across New Zealand, have actually revised the level to which that they're insuring their assets.
So are they self-insuring for the difference? Or?
There's potentially an element of that, yeah, maybe some sort of risk analysis as well. We've got, but we will insure through to the 30th of June 2024 when our will cease.
Through you, Your Worship, there's still always that element of the AF8 for our area, our region, and if that comes, then we would want to be well insured because a shortfall would be catastrophic, I would imagine.
Councillor Duff?
Well, my question's related to that. So we are fully covered. There's no clauses out in earthquake situations. No. Tsunamis or anything else.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, though, we are not individually insured for our underground infrastructure assets. So we are part of a group. I think from memory there's like about 8 or 9 councils, and then all of those groups are together. I don't know whether it's unfortunate or not, but some of those councils that we're also in with is Queenstown and Southland and things like that. So some years ago I extensively asked them, have they got enough cover? That could be the real question, I guess, depending on how if that earthquake occurred, whether it was sufficient or not. At this stage, that's probably another good reason to fully insure for the 300,000. At this stage, we are fully covered.
We don't want to be in case of finding out the hard way after an earthquake that we're insured.
Yeah, so we have 2 insurance policies in regards to our water and waste assets. There's the above ground, which just forms part of our normal insurance cover, and then there's the below ground, which is the LAP insurance.
Any further questions? Councillor Boris.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just on that LAP insurance, there's an earthquake in the South Island. it is probably, it's unlikely that that would cover us. There wouldn't be the funds there to.
Well, at this stage, Christchurch was possibly an example of not knowing, how actually it all ends up when it truly occurs. But at this stage, they believe they have the cover appropriate for an event to occur. But, you just never know, do you, when the event actually happens, the extent of that damage and the costs of actually, renewing them. Hopefully it will not occur in our lifetimes.
So, in the case of like Wyndham and Edinburgh, where the stormwater network is like 90-year-old, do they indemnify that out of what sort of cover would you get on something that, would they downvalue that as a result?
That's a really good question. We've got it covered for the replacement cost at this stage.
Okay.
So it's the full value. It is the full value, isn't it?
Yeah, like all our, that's in line with our insurance policy.
Right.
Just let me let me double check, because I'm just starting to get the numbers in my head now. I'm wondering whether 342 is actually the net value. Yeah, I'll just go back and confirm that.
No further questions? Someone in a position to move recommendations A through to E, noting the retrospective unbudgeted expenditure of 145 and the 25 as well. Councillor Green, Councillor Menzies. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. All against? Any further discussion? Carried. Thank you. Right, we are up to 8.5 and I'll hand over to page 113.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome back, everybody. The primary purpose of this report is really the secondary audience, which is the community boards. So this report generally gets recycled out to the community boards, and one of the ideas behind it is to councillors, when they're attending be able to relay what's been happening at council, and particularly in terms of operations and projects, but also a bit of a sense of some of the reform or things that are topical. And I did just want to start off by noting that last year was another significant year for the level of change and challenge that everybody faced, and that's not exclusive to local government. Of course, that was very much across the board, and especially our tourism economy. So very good to see the borders are open, and it's exceptionally good to see the bounce back, although we know the challenges that is presenting to particularly small business and tourism, but it's good to have them back. We also, obviously, and I'll touch on it later on, we had a reasonably large number of New Zealanders travelling around again over the Christmas break, and a large number of them seem to have gone to Riverton at the peak time and overwhelmed water treatment plants in terms of capacity. I just want to touch on the fact that even though it's old news to you, the local body elections is a pretty significant event, and the amount of effort in terms of making sure that induction went well and everybody got on board and got going successfully was a big effort. I know Mayor Rob and I travelled across the district a fair amount in that time, but it was a very well worthwhile exercise, and actually, from my point of view, particularly enjoyable. When I was writing this, I didn't know that the government may be thinking about the end of its current term a little more than I might have thought. But their work program of reform at this stage hasn't changed. And I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to the next phase of the water legislation. It's actually called the Water Services Legislation Bill, which is before the Select Committee. We're working collectively, Otago Southland Council is working collectively on a submission, and that will be coming back to you before it goes forward. That particular bill, the Water Services Legislation Bill, amends a whole heap of other bills, and it's got to be one of the hardest pieces of draft legislation I've ever read. It's really challenging. So I certainly appreciate the assistance from the other councils and their legal and policy teams and operational teams having a look at it. One of the things that it's probably going to have to do is it's probably going to have to already change some of the Water Services Entities Act drafting challenges, because, for example, the Water Services Entity Act foresaw the Three Waters assets transferring in 1 July 2024, and to assist us in not getting confused about the future, it basically forbids Three Waters assets to be considered in the next long-term plan. But the way that has been drafted and now enacted means that it's covered already. So if you were by some chance to do an amendment to your LTP between now and 1/2024, you were actually prohibited from considering Three Waters, and yet it's still you're still responsible for Three Waters. So there's quite a few of those kind of little things that are coming out. One of the things that's definitely coming out is the imbalance, if you like, the power imbalance between the territorial authority, who currently has obligations under the Local Government Act to continue to supply the services of Three Waters, but that the NTU has the final decision on all sorts of matters like the transfer value of the asset or what the debt number is going to be that they're going to recognise. And pretty much across the country, the teams are saying that's a bit of an inconsistency. So there's also quite a few. These draft bills are opening more questions than answers. At the moment, it's no question it's being done perhaps a little quick. And one of the carryover effects of perhaps the enormity of the transition is the suggestion that councils might continue in the interim after 1 July 2024 to be the billing agency for the people connected to Three Waters. Now, I think pretty much across the sector, advice to the Select Committee and to government will be, this was your plan, we want you to take it. If you're taking it, you've already set that legislation in place, it's now been passed, but actually you have to do it all. We're not interested in this sort of hybrid arrangement. And in fact, it would be particularly difficult for a consumer who is used to dealing with council. Council now has no say over the activity. It's pretty hard to know who it is you're dealing with. Not only that, we don't know whether the costs, apparently they would pay us reasonable costs for administering the billing, but actually if we had a dispute about that, the minister has to decide what's a reasonable amount. And we don't know on what basis the billing would be done, whether we would use our old system but with new prices, or they would expect us to use a new system. So certainly quite a lot of concern around the implications of it not being a particularly clean transition. So you can expect that submission from the local authorities, including yourselves, to be drafted in such a way that it is, if you're determined to do this, then do it as you intended. There's also quite a few questions around what averaged charging regime is going to look like, and there's a bit of confusion around whether that's intended to be across the country or across the entity or even within sub-regions. There is a partner bill going through to provide consumer protection and economic regulation. Again, I think it's highly likely there'll be a submission on that, although it's slightly less in council's general area of activity. Talked earlier already about RMA reform and future for local government also been acknowledged before. And we do have that visit for the panel on the 10th of February, and we have been harassing DIA to get more details from them. They're a bit slow to start, so we're hoping to get that information confirmed very, very shortly about how that's going to go and what they're planning to do. There's a raft of other pieces of legislation. I've only touched on one very small one, which is around Lagoima, and that's actually in the interests of ratepayers or people interested in buying properties, where councils will be able to more clearly put information on limbs about information that councils hold about properties. And that's in effect tidying up a problem that many councils found themselves in, where they held information about properties but weren't allowed to put it on a limb. And then the audit, as you know, has been delayed. It's a small typo in there. It's the 2021-22 annual report rather than 23. But that shortage of auditors has caused us to be have several things going to be on the go at the same time, which will put quite a strain on Anne's team. In water and waste, I did touch on Riverton, and one question that was put to me was how come this wasn't foreseen, and it was explained to me that actually we haven't had this problem in the last couple of years, and that is it actually did remind me that when we went into COVID, nobody knew what the future was going to look like, and it would have been a pretty brave investment to start to build capacity in advance. So it's great to have everybody back, and the team are going to have a look at what can be done around that future demand. There's an update on a whole number of projects. I see Eastern Bush was mentioned in there at the contingent stage. I noticed on the TIF projects, I'm on page 116. It was great to get the majority of that stuff done for Tiano and Manapuri before the season opened. It says the 3 new toilets, where my understanding is one of them was not quite able to be completed in time, but the rest was open. I can offer the chance for any questions. We're a bit limited in the range of people here today that can answer them, so I'll have a go if you want. But I'll have to come back to you.
I can just start with one with the Chief Executive around the Riverton water supply issue. Given the discussion at the start of your presentation about the 3 waters and the NTU's role and everything, I feel it would be important to make sure that any future changes needed to Riverton are well and truly, I guess, planned for in advance, so that if it does move into NTDD, that it's not basically forgotten about down the track, and I guess the priorities are there in place for that entity to ensure that Riverton does end up with a fit for purpose supply going forward.
Thank you. Yes, an excellent point. And that's, look, our team has taken the position in this whole 3 waters thing that in the end it's the interests of Southland residents that we are looking after, and so work around spatial planning and that link with the future demand and where that 3 waters infrastructure requirement will be has been part of our thinking. Also, where projects are significant enough, we're already in touch with NTU, with the transition unit and DIA, to make sure that those things are not forgotten. So, no, we're very highly aware of that.
Councillor O'Brien?
Through your worship.
Just note that township mowing contracts have struggled to get ahead of the spring growth, and but it also says that the water shortage may affect the plant growth. So yeah, I guess that's an unforeseen sort of thing. But the point is that yeah, I think there has been a bit of there's been a bit of an issue around that, about the level of service around that, and I think we need a little bit more clarity going into the new year about where that's going, if we can follow that up.
We've started an analysis of the RFS call that we got over the break. So far, I've only got up to the end of December, which doesn't perhaps cover the next period yet. We'll get those from the call centre in a few days. So what we are doing is just looking through now to say what calls did we get, what specifically happened to them, because we definitely had a mowing problem up in your area, and we just want to make sure that that system is effective, and if we can find a gap, make sure that it's plugged so we don't keep going in there. Certainly we sometimes find that the call might have been passed on, but then there's no one to pass it on to, or we just want to make sure we've completed that pathway from call to action.
With a desire to get that call to action done as fast as possible too. Councillor Menzies, Councillor Vogt.
Just, you've got just some comments around building consents there. I think we've lost further staff in that area as well. We're situated with that consent process now, and what knowledge is there in the community around building people about that impact, possible impact?
As it happens, I might have somebody here that can help you with that. And just reflecting, I also just should have added in here that that team are about to roll into another line audit.
Good morning.
Who could answer those questions for you?
Yes, through your worship. Yes, this report clearly says that the volume of work going into the team versus the volume of work leaving the team aren't equating, and that is something that does indicate a red flag. It also indicates that our compliance to timeframes is not as we would like it to be, and as legislation requires it, which is 100%. As far as managing that, there is a nationwide shortage of staff and the skill set required in order to building control function. And that has been acknowledged by both MB and our accreditation body, IANS. Yes, we have had some staff loss at the end of the year, and yes, that does add pressure to the team. How we're managing that is by being really open and transparent with our communication. We have commenced quarterly engagement sessions with the industry. We've held 2 different quarters of those at the end of last year. They were well received. The first one was quite robust in its nature because that's when the industry first saw us starting to reduce in our timeframes. We're working with them as much as we can regarding prioritising building work that does have a commencement date in the near future versus projects that are being planned and forecast in advance. And they are being amazing at communicating effectively with us. If they know that the work's not going to come for a little while, there is a benefit to them in not getting the consent through as quickly, in that a consent does have a 12-month time frame by nature before you've got to apply for an extension, and that has an impact on the time that a co-compliance certificate's due. So we are working together as an industry to navigate that. As far as our compliance for our accreditation is concerned, we have had conversations with both MB and our accreditation body IANS around it. That accreditation is intended for us to demonstrate that our processes comply with regulations and that our systems are effective to apply those processes correctly and accurately. So we can demonstrate that. Typically and traditionally, a % compliance to time frame demonstrates your effectiveness of applying those procedures. In the current environment, a number of councils are needing to demonstrate other evidence that they have effectively applied their system. We have completed recruitment functions. We have, to the best of our ability, addressed the gap. We have engaged contractors. We're looking for backup contractors, all of those various things that indicate the result is a shortage of skilled workers within our country. Unfortunately, it doesn't mitigate the impact to the community that there is a delay in timeframes for consenting. I suppose that the balancing factor is that the industry is currently under a huge volume of work, almost unprecedented amount of work. And so someone who would like to build is already in a waiting list for that building work to be able to commence. And there is actually a bit of time for a designer to then get their consent through council without actually impacting the longevity of or the projected timeframe of that build. Not always the case. There is the odd occasion where it does actually impact that commencement timeframe, but we are working with the industry to keep those to a minimum as far as possible.
Does your communication with the industry having the outcome whereby further work required on those consents is reducing in percentage-wise? I think for November you had 75%, didn't you? So one would like to think that communication is encouraging the process to be a little bit more robust.
Through you, Your Worship, I feel for the industry. They are between a rock and a hard place. Everybody is seeing the cost of building work going up. They want their consent through council as quickly as possible. They want their building work as quickly as possible. They are managing some very, very intense expectations from their clients. And so it means that they are working as quickly as possible. An error does increase under those circumstances. So whilst the conversation, I believe, is positive, we're not yet seeing the outcome of the application quality improving to the point that we can have that one touch on every application and get it through the system. Some of that is us explaining the why. So that communication that we're doing, you know, if we ask for further information, we're not just trying to prove that we know more. The regulation says if it's not provided with the application, it can't be considered for the application. And so when you go back to a designer and go, please provide it, and they go, well, it's obvious I considered that. Just look at the plans, it's compliant. We can't, we need the piece of paper that shows that. We need it in writing. And so explaining that why to reduce, I suppose, what could be seen as a perceived insult of us saying, no, we need more information, may help. But I actually genuinely think whilst the whole industry is under such extreme pressure right now, they are working as fast as they can, and that is where we're seeing that drop in quality of applications.
So when you say the industry, Julie, is that like the Certified Builders Association, or is it going right down to the building level themselves? Like what's that sort of engagement level that you're dealing with there?
We reach out to the design industry as well as the building industry. We have plans to do some more focused engagement with our community as well, so homeowners, and educating them on what are some really good questions to ask. What are some of the pitfalls? What are some of the things to be aware of? What are your responsibilities under the Building Act? Because it's not always clear, and the Building Act does actually put quite a lot of responsibility back onto the owner. And if they don't understand that and they don't know what that means, how can they actually position themselves effectively? So we're trying to start right at the very beginning with our designers and work through all of the different steps in the process, because they're quite different. You know, the designer's quite heavy paperwork, the builder's on the tools. If something needs to change, it's got to go back to the designer for the plans to be changed and go through council. So they need to work very closely together, and we need to work closely together with them.
Councillor Black-Roy, Councillor Keast and Councillor James.
Thank you. Through your worship, are you able to elaborate a bit, Cameron, on what you spoke about the fact that we are withholding certain information on lands that the future proposal doesn't withhold?
The LIMS information is in local government information, and it's not related to the future.
My mistake there.
So my understanding is that in other places where they had information, particularly say about sea level incursion onto properties, there was a bit of a difficulty between whether the council could or should put that on the limb without getting into under various bits of legislation. There was a Kapiti Coast Council was the one that comes to mind where there was quite a row about it all. And so basically what the legislation is doing is just clarifying for councils that they can put that information there without ending up in trouble.
It was essentially devaluing someone's property without being aware of it.
From my observation is that it's good to have the clarity. I'm not signalling in that we're suddenly going to change our policy. It's just nice to know that.
And I don't think we particularly geographically would be that majorly affected as some place like say Capital would be.
From a management point of view, the team try to navigate their way through all of the competing pieces of legislation, and every now and again there's a rewrite back in Wellington which makes life a bit easier in terms of that navigation, and that's really what that one's about. So it didn't probably deserve a sentence in my report, but I spotted it amongst all the other demands that we're under from
Thank you.
DIA.
I can send you a link to LGNZ. They're putting a submission through for that, so I'll send you a link to that. I've got Councillor Keast and then Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you, Worship. Julie, I'm wondering your opinion, or can we have some assurance of how many of these applications actually add any real value to the having to have the designer involved? If you've got a builder that is an accredited builder and knows what he's doing, how much having to have a designer involved in actually put in the application, put in an application? We seem to be swamped with a lot of work that's probably generally minor, reasonably minor, if you've got skilled people on the tools. Yet they still have to put in an application. So what sort of percentage of our work is actually fairly minor alterations to existing buildings?
That's a really good and complex question. So let me take it one step at a time. So as far as designer involvement, some of that is legislated and some of that is not. If the type of work is considered restricted building work, you need to have a designer who has a licensed building practitioner for design work. And typically, not always, but typically, the licensed building practitioner for carpentry or the building work itself, not a lot of people hold both. So they specialise in each field, and that's why they tend to work together quite closely. When you call it minor works, some of the items specified as required for a licensed building practitioner could be considered minor by a layman, but the risk to life or the risk to health and well-being of the building user going forward could be perceived to be significant if something goes wrong, and so that work is required to be done by a licensed practitioner. There are other natures of changes to existing building work that are quite minor. You don't need a professional designer to navigate through it. You can get some challenges with council in that the regulations require certain aspects of the code to be considered and demonstrated to be addressed. But if you're doing that in repeat all the time, a lot of people that do the hands-on building work can navigate that themselves, and some of them do. For example, Hotspot that do fire installations, a company like that may choose to do their own consenting because it's repeat work. It's a repeat similar design, and so they potentially could put that consent through themselves, doing the design process and the construction work themselves. So my current reports say approximately 47% of our building consent applications relate to a new construction or a new build, which implies that the balance is for amending existing building work. Where that existing building work amendment sits on the scale of complexity and how much absolutely requires a designer, I've not looked into that level of detail. If I may, though, I'll further say that the regulations are becoming more complex. And, there are a lot of changes coming down the pipeline. We saw the H1 changes last year, and we've got a lot more coming through in the years to come. So having a design industry that focuses on understanding and aligning to that, I think is critical to keeping building work moving. But I do agree with your point that some repeatable, concise tasks, they can be almost a copy-paste, to change the address and make sure you've considered the entire build and the entire site. It's not out of the question for a builder to be educated and be able to do that themselves without having a design licence, is my understanding, but I'm not an expert in that field.
We create a lot of work and we don't really add any value.
I think as well, sorry, I'll get to you in a second. The thing that sort of concerned me with a latest sort of case is that the Oaks development in Queenstown, where the buck stopped with the council and the full responsibility lay with the council, so that actually puts us in a pretty bad position as far as that accountability goes, where we've taken on the full risk irrespective of what we've done. So it'll be nice to see in future, from that central government legislation point of view, some of that risk actually apportioned across the qualified people that are actually doing the work rather than leaving it up to us to address. Councillor Chamberlain.
Just out of curiosity, what number of staff are you short in the department?
At the moment, I'm short 5 technical resources and 2 non-technical resources. 4 of those, or 3 of those technical resources I've been trying to recruit for 16 months now. The challenge is I'm not alone. So all councils predominantly do have shortages, and we, by necessity, are filling the gaps where we can through contractor resources. But even that pool of opportunity is quite limited.
So what's the difference? Can you explain the two job, technical and just the other one was? No.
So in order to perform a technical function for council, you need to hold competencies and be assessed on those annually. You also need to have ongoing training to show that you can apply the appropriate code to that work. So processing consent, inspecting a building, those kinds of functions. The non-technical don't need to have that, but they do need to have a good understanding of the Building Act and Code. One of those is the key role that actually does the warm handshake between our technical officers and the community to try and alleviate some of the burden and workload from those technical officers. And another is one of our administration functions. We did lose an administrator just before Christmas.
How do retired builders, builders that are getting on in years, can they fill that role? Or?
Yeah, potentially. The non-technical ones, yes. The technical ones, there was a regulation change in 2012 that said actually in order to be a building control officer, you now must have this Regulation 18 qualification, which is a level 6 diploma or higher qualification, as well as these competencies in practical demonstration of your knowledge. So that's actually the tipping point where we started to see a reduction in our experts in the field on the tools transitioning into a council when they decided that they'd had enough with the on the tools job. Because a lot of them didn't want to go back to school and start doing a diploma to juggle that with a full-time job, and a family life is challenging. And so that is, I suppose, the history that's now created the problem we've got today. And it's actually a challenge that some of them are rising to the occasion about. Some of them are going, our community's got a need, I'm going to get off the tools and I'm going to go work for council. And I admire them quite a lot because it's a bit of a hard yard. Any of my seniors will tell you the average person will take up to 5 years to become a senior building control officer, even with some previous experience, because the complexities of the code are quite extreme. There's the code and the act that needs to be applied, and it's just one of those career path journeys that is starting to be recognised now as quite a respected career path journey, and people are rising to the challenge.
It's almost like we're trying to set the bar too high to not encourage people to do it, because when you've got a builder with 30 odd years experience in the building industry, surely is a lot better person than someone out of university.
It's an interesting challenge. So we've got some who have come into our team as cadets from a theoretical university background, and they do really well. We've got some that have come back in off the tools, they do really well. Where you need to supplement knowledge and train and develop are just different areas of expertise that you're complementing your existing knowledge with. But I agree, the bar has been set high. However, as Mayor Scott just noted, due to joint and several liability directed by central government, if the other parties leave, we are the last man standing. And so there's quite a responsibility having to be an expert in every method and form of design and every method and form of construction work to the point of precision in order to alleviate council's liability. And I'm actually preparing a potential workshop with you later in the year on risk and how we as a team evaluate risk and balance that so that we're not worrying over details and spending time and capacity on things that we shouldn't, but we actually are looking at the details and we are being quite particular on the things that we should, just so that you understand how that balance is achieved. I think as governance, it's really important that you've got that context.
Everyone just did their job and took responsibility for their job. It's a simple process.
Councillor O'Brien.
Through you, Worship, just two questions. Just dovetailing into what Councillor Keast was talking about, you've got quite a bit on your plate, and the industry does. I'd almost like to see a solutions-based approach which is consumer-led, which would involve some of those guidelines being adhered to on an evidence-based approach, say through using some IT systems. So let's say the contractor or the builder is on site and they have some queries or questions that need to be answered. Then if they can answer those on site, say through live streaming or through photographic evidence or through the guidelines set, and then that be, communicated back to you. I mean, that could be a way through, maybe someone in the private sector could realise an opportunity there to reduce some costs. Maybe that's something the industry could look at. And then those costs, from the contractor's perspective, they can incentivise the end consumer by saying, well, the timeline is going to be reduced. And the other question I had was around the industry as a whole from an immigration perspective. What the industry's doing with regards to incentivising people from overseas to come to New Zealand. New Zealand's a very ripe place to come to. It's a very attractive place to come to. And I'd like to know whether or not the industry is front-footing, saying we've got some new legislation here. We need some technical and non-technical expertise in the respective fields, and I'd like to see some evidence from the industry based around that as well. Do you have access to that sort of thing?
As far as industry-wide, I can definitely reach out and obtain what we do have. My perception is that there are a lot of people waiting for central government to do that, and we could do more as a sector and as an industry, so I totally take that on board. I have seen, though, the other side of it where, we as a council, as well as other industry bodies, have actually employed from overseas and brought people in order to get the job done. So whether or not we're promoting it as effectively as we could be, I would say probably not. Whether or not we're taking advantage of it, I would say that we are where we can. When you get to the tipping point of volumes of work versus skilled workers to do the work, though, the challenge is to train and onboard someone from whether it's a different country or within the country that doesn't have the knowledge or the skill set required. It is quite a heavy task to bring them up to speed, educate them, to train them. And I agree, there is quite an opportunity in the market for a private organisation to really focus on educating, government or council, local government requirements versus what the industry is actually taught, and also helping to plug those gaps. I'm just not sure where the financial viability of that or the benefit for them as an organisation is. Considering that in order to then do the work, if you're in a council, you need to have an accreditation. If you're in, those industries, they have their own accreditations. So you're either looking for someone within the industry to really take ownership and step up, the industry to work collaboratively and really push that together as a sector. And that's certainly a message that we can filter into our communications out. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of us are so busy, we're hoping central government will get to that.
See, that's the point, in terms of saying, the financial evidence based on a test case as an example of saying, well, it's about the end consumer, right, who pays the bill. So, you mentioned some of the health and safety issues around the building industry as a whole. You could convert that into the end consumer in terms of them, borrowing the money from the bank in order to be able to pay for those goods and services. And so, if you look at it from a financial perspective, in terms of taking pressure off the industry because of staff constraints, because of resource constraints, and finding those solutions and front-footing that, we know we've got new legislation. The industry should be able to actually reach out to other parts of the world, other areas, based on the fact that we are in this wonderful position to attract people to New Zealand. So yeah, I would like to see that kind of that action being taken, because I think what you'll find in the medium to long term is that there will be a lot of money saved, hundreds of millions of dollars saved in terms of lost time and lost, as I say, the end consumer having their financial obligations to the bank, and everyone else, contractors, staff. So yeah, it's an interesting space, and see how it looks from your perspective.
Definitely.
So I've got Councillor Duffy, I missed you before, and then Councillor Byers.
Yes, just on the building thing too, I presume I'm right, Julie, that with these issues, it's not only the compliance aspect of it and not council liability, but there's also, for the client's sake, the possibility of insurance cover being invalidated if it's found that, correct steps weren't taken with things like installing fires or taking out an internal wall or whatever. It's just a comment, really. The Cameron, in your report, the point about the rollout of the online booking for council-owned halls, I'm not sure how smooth that is yet, but there was quite a bit of discussion at a workshop at Waihopai Toi Toi last night, and I understand that if it's being implemented, it's to be on a per hour basis, and we're not so sure what the reason for that could be and just how workable that is. And one aspect of it is that, like, use, say, the fire brigade awards nights where they use the hall from 7 till 12 with the actual function, but they're there most of the afternoon printing it up, and all of those aspects, and plus back the next day to clean it up. So I'm just not sure how these hours work, and I think perhaps the system of just a total charge that everyone knows where they are, because the only elements that are affected on a per hour basis is power, which is not the major part, and in some cases heating. So I just wonder why we're pursuing that per hour basis and how we're looking to define those hours.
Look, I can't answer that specifically now, but I'll certainly take those comments back to the facilities team and find out about it, come back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Byers.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm getting the impression just over the last wee while that central government is more of a hindrance than creating expense and difficulties for communities to look after themselves, whether that be the building, building a house for themselves, or supplying water, or managing their local environment, whatever it is. I'm getting the distinct sense that they are more of a hindrance than anything. And to Councillor O'Brien's point about community looking after themselves, it seems that local government has a role in basically defending communities against some of these central government initiatives. I mean, just reading the Water Services Bill, they've got something in there to try and limit the ability of these entities to extract excessive profits, for example. So, and then just further on, there's another part where they're able to exempt disclosure of commercially sensitive information. It's like, well, there's so many red flags here. But sorry, to Councillor O'Brien's point, community-led initiatives, and to the Riverton water incident. And to Cameron, is there a sense that perhaps we should be encouraging communities to catch the water on the roofs, which, as we'll see later on, is an expense to us when it hits the stormwater? It could be an asset to our community if it was collected into rainwater tanks. Is that something that we should be encouraging our communities to adopt?
Through you, it's a subject I believe you've raised before.
Keep raising it.
Look, it remains an option. It isn't, as I understand it, it isn't council's policy at the moment, but I can certainly follow your logic. I'd like to think that the water services entities are also going to be fairly focused on how to minimise their costs as they take on some reasonably heroic challenges across a large and varied landscape. So look, it remains an option. It still remains an option for individuals, and I certainly take your points.
You're not going to just add to
So
that.
we'll just pass it on.
Well, no, people are, and I saw some of the commentary on social media around the time in Riverton where people were talking about the ability to water your garden, even to water your garden, not necessarily drinking water, but to wash your car and water your garden from rainwater. And I know places like Auckland, for instance, do actually require an underground tank to collect that to use for those, and I think some of them have them plugged into their washing machines and that. So there is an opportunity there to save water and demand. And can't disagree with your central government statement either. But like to the community value as well. I mean, the presentation that we had today in public forum, public participation at the start just showed what community can do on their own. There was no ratepayer funding or government funding or any of that, and a huge community asset that came out of it. So I agree that the government need to recognise what we can actually do as a community. Sorry, Councillor Duffy.
I just think we need to be mindful that under a regime which actually loosened some of the building inspection requirements some years ago, that the building owners in New Zealand got faced with something like a $13 billion bill through leaky buildings. And even in my own experience, I've had a house fire where there was an installation that wasn't done right under a previous regime. And I saw what could have been a disaster in our own house with an alteration, so that a building inspector avoided. So I think we just got to be a wee bit careful about implications of some of these things and what the real cost can be.
Councillor Wilson.
Julie, you mentioned the certain aspects of those resource shortages and the technical and non-technical. The level 6 additional education required, was that for both?
That was just for the technical.
That is for the technical. So as far as that non-technical, that is like Derek mentioned, the retiring ability to step into a role like that without necessarily that additional.
Potentially, yeah, absolutely.
And as far as I guess attracting those resources, is there anything that we can do as an organisation to help people get to that education to continue to pursue the career? I guess you enter the building career with an apprenticeship style approach, learn on the job. Is there opportunities within the resources required here that can actually offer that to entice those resources of additional learning, and is it available in Southland? To actually come do that learning, do it here, advance their future career here in the organisation here.
Absolutely. So through you, Your Worship, as local government, if we have a role available that has a mandated requirement, we do support staff to ensure they comply with that. We do have a cadetship program. When we have capacity to train up somebody that does not have that experience or training, we do an ad for them. We get actually quite a lot of interest. There is a lot of interest in the industry, and we will train them from the ground up. And that includes that Regulation 18 requirement. There are some of those that are available through a number of universities, remote and online, and there are others that are an opportunity for a building consent officer to study while they work. So it's a training course designed for that career goal and path, to say, well, while you're doing the job, if you do this training course, they'll complement each other and then you'll get further ahead. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity. There are a lot of councils where and as able taking on cadets and trying to bring the stock of knowledge up as far as we can. Right now, we're in a small holding pattern. We have as many of those as we can take. Because everything they do until they achieve that competency has to be peer reviewed and signed off by someone with a competency. And so it multiplies the work for the competent staff quite significantly. But yep, as soon as we bump up someone that's got no competencies into a range of competencies, and while I've got vacancies, if I can't attract someone who's already a skilled, knowledgeable building consent officer, I will be bringing in a new cadet and bringing them through that system. Absolutely.
Any further questions?
On page 118, the comment around the bridges and the slowing down of say the initial assessment having to be resubmitted for approval. That would just about mean we've missed this season's opportunity completely.
Sorry, Councillor. I can't actually answer that. I'd have to-
Would you like that email to you?
Yeah, that would be good.
Any further questions? You're always eagerly awaiting one. Oh, thank you. So is someone in a position to move that we receive the management report? Councillor Keys, Councillor Fraser, all in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? No, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Kim. Okay, so we are now. So I'm just wondering if we're going into workshop time now, and I'm just trying to think of the, based on time for lunch, where we're going to definitely need to stop at 12:30. Is the alcohol one probably going to be the quickest one of the two?
It all depends on how many.
And we'll start that off now. We've got the minutes. And media are welcome to stay for the workshop. These are public workshops, so yeah, there's no need to leave if you did want to stay. Yeah, I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for the workshop, sorry, and Councillor Menzies has seconded that, thank you.
Reconvene at what?
And we'll reconvene after lunch, I guess it'll be.
1:30?
1:30, yeah. All those in favour? Anyone against? Thank you to Fiona for keeping me in line. So yeah, Erin, the workshop is
So my intention is just to give you a bit of background about what is currently in place and what we're changing to, and get a general feel from you as representatives of the community as to what we might want to put in our submission. So the main point of this bill is to increase community participation. There's four main changes, and I'll just go through them one by one. The first one relates to local alcohol policies. So we have one, it's a combined one with ICC. Ours is up for review in 2026, and I would venture to suggest that it requires quite a lot of amendment. So the reason that this particular provision is relevant to SDC is that currently, when that LAP is changed, it could be appealed, which basically means a court process. And essentially, no other council decisions are subject to that kind of appeal. Judicial review, yes, but not appeal. So they're basically trying to make everything quick. Because there are lots of places like Auckland and Wellington who don't have an LAP at all because it's all tied up in an appeal. So essentially, it just means that there are still requirements about public consultation, etc., when you're amending the LAP or bringing one in. So that doesn't disappear. It's just the appeal right that disappears. So the consensus in the submissions by local government is, in their submission, they are supporting that change, and that would be my recommendation for council as well, that we support that. The second one, unless anybody has any questions about the LAP. If you do, ask Councillor Duffy. The second one is tied up with the local alcohol policy. Currently, if there's an application for a licence that is inconsistent with the LAP, the DLC can't decline it. So it's tidying up that to make it make sense, essentially. So there doesn't seem to be any, that seems to be a good amendment that I think we would want to support. And it may become particularly relevant if the LAP is changed so that certain areas are determined to be areas where you don't want bottle shops, etc. So you want to be able to retain that ability when considering applications and renewal applications as well. The third change, and this one will be pretty close to Margie and Darren's hearts. This is about objectives. Currently, so the way it works is when a licence application is received, the agencies, police, medical officer of health and the licensing inspector provide reports, so they are all already automatically involved. Then it comes to objectives, and currently it's only if you have a greater interest than members of public in general, and that is usually interpreted as being within 1 kilometre of the location of the premises. So we had the odd situation with the Winton Bottle hearing where the Salvation Army could object, but that was only because of the location of their building, not because of their interest as a community group. So essentially they're going to throw it open to anybody to be able to object, which means any community group can object, which is the same as a resource consent application. So when that's notified, anybody can object. The only one wrinkle in this is that it could be somebody from outside the district. So there are people who love to object to these kinds of things. And so the problem that we may have is that the only objection received is by somebody who's not from the community. And so then you would have to go through the hearing process. My suggestion is that the DLC, if it's somebody who's not from the community and doesn't have, can't establish a proven interest in the community, that the DLC would have the ability to assess that application on the papers, and then they would be able to make the decision as to whether there's a hearing or not. Because one of the results of what broadening this the number of objectors is that there will be a reasonable increase in the number of hearings, I would imagine. So, and that's expensive for the applicant, and also for council in terms of staff time, the DLC, etc. So that's one suggestion, that opening it up is great, but that perhaps just in that one instance where there's only one person from out of the area, then the DLC can decide one way or the other.
So that apply to renewals as well? Yes. Year on year.
So if it's opened up, then is there a way of actually looking at it and saying, is there a legitimate reason for there to be?
So they have. There are still certain
for people that are outside that kilometre to have an input, because in my mind, that from that perspective, it means that if anybody can object, then it doesn't need to be legitimate.
There are still criteria in Section 105 of the Act, so there are only certain things that you can object about, and if they don't meet those, then the objection's not valid either. So it is a two-pronged test, essentially. Do they have standing, and is it covering one of those factors in Section 105, which can be complicated in and of itself, but yeah, it is constrained. And there is another constraint in terms of somebody else who's a trade competitor, similar to the RMA, they can't object solely on the basis of trade competition. Yeah. So it is constrained in some respects.
Oh, you just want.
Yep. So that's number 3. I was also just going to say that in relation to the increased number of hearings, I mentioned earlier this morning that the fees are set by the bylaw. It doesn't refer to being able to charge for hearings. So resource consent hearings, there's a fee, and it's all recovered from the applicant. We get nothing for alcohol licensing hearings. And I think that needs to be, there is a review, but I think it's worth putting it in this, that needs to be covered in anticipation of the number of hearings. That leads on to the 4th point, that they're wanting to make hearings less formal. So that will decrease costs and time, because one of the things that they are wanting to do is remove cross-examination. So the way it works at the moment is that a DLC is inquisitorial. So that means that they are actively involved in investigating and assessing the facts as they come to light, but it's not adversarial. So it's not intended to be adversarial like the courts. However, it has become somewhat like that in relation to cross-examination. And when an applicant has usually got a lawyer, and that's the only lawyer in the room, it can become a bit unfair. So they are proposing to remove cross-examination across the board. That's something that needs to be thought about, because the ability, for instance, the licensing inspector, they're in an odd position. They're technically, for us, an employee of council, but they are still independent. They have a vast wealth of knowledge about all council things related to that business. So they often have a really good insight, and if they are able to ask questions, it's usually of great assistance to the DLC, in the same way that the police and medical officer of health have also information where they can ask those questions. So that's something I think that should be considered, leaving it available for the DLC and the agencies to ask questions, because they're experienced in hearings as well. But they're not going to draw it out. It's going to be of assistance. The other possibility is that, to keep the community participation going, is that DLCs may wish to ask objectors what questions they want to be asked, and then the DLC could decide whether or not it wants to ask those, because they may, the objectors themselves, who may be experts in alcohol harm, etc., may have very relevant questions that the DLC hadn't thought of. So that's another potential way that this could be managed.
I guess it's getting it as relevant as possible for what the situation is, because having watched a couple of those hearings myself, it sort of almost felt like a high court
Yes,
kind of set up for people that aren't familiar with that kind of environment. It makes it very
a little adversary sometimes.
And knowing the rules of evidence, etc. So they are. So previously, all the Act said was that the DLC could regulate its own procedure. They're now putting in place some further rules in terms of when briefs of evidence. So it's specified in the Act when briefs of evidence are required. So there still are some standards which, to make it fair, I would suggest required, but they are making it in that respect easier for DLCs, because there will be national requirements across the board, and we're not having to make decisions about that. Last thing, one of the other points that they have referred to, which is particularly relevant for us given the size of our district, is the ability or encouragement of holding hearings remotely, which we've already done due to COVID, but is something that potentially needs to be considered because of travel times and people's availability, etc. So I think from SDC's perspective, that's one thing that we can highlight from practical experience. And that's pretty much it. In a nutshell, there is a further review of the rest of the Act coming. There's a paper supposed to be coming out in March, but this bill is just focusing on these 4 points. So if anybody has anything that they particularly want to say or want to put in.
Thank you. It's just a quick comment around it. Did you say that our local policy requires a lot of amendment?
It definitely requires review.
Right.
One of the issues that came up in the Winton Botolo hearing was it refers to the applicant conducting consultation, but there's no definition of what consultation is or what the outcome of that consultation is supposed to be. And it's also, and I would anticipate that as part of that review, some communities may wish to have input into issues such as density. How many bottle stores do you want in particular locations? Are there any places that you don't want them at all? Those kinds of things.
And have we got that review? Has there been discussion about when that might occur?
It must occur in March 2026, because they have to be reviewed every 6 years. So it will be on the policy team's radar.
We haven't got a date for it, but as long as it's before March 26. Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Fraser?
Yeah, certainly it was an educational and interesting experience going through a licence and talking to a number of those who were objectors. They basically wouldn't want to do it again. And so I think some changes is critical to bring in participation. 1 and 2, totally agree. 3, I think, agree some safeguarding there because you could get professional objectors, which would be both a good and bad thing. The 4th one, that ability of cross-examination, while it was gruelling and hard, I don't think you'd create balance if the professionals can cross-examine but the public can't. That to me just creates unbalance, and you'd sit there and go, well, the rules are different for different parties. But it was definitely not an easy experience. So I think if participation is the key, one of the big things that would have made it easier would be some clear education and ability to source that. And I think that's something that would be a good thing to kind of have out there, that here, yeah, there's the legal, this is what it is, but you read that and you don't really know. But a website that could have, this is the legal thing, but actually, if you make a statement, here's some ideas of how you could show that evidence. That sort of kind of thing. This is how the questioning will proceed. This is the procedure. Some clarity around that people could have beforehand, I think, would really, I'd submit again, and I'd go very differently from the first time. I have a different knowledge set. That'd be my thoughts.
Margie, did you have anything in particular, given your involvement in the hearing?
Oh, thanks, Erin. Look, I was just listening to Darren's comments, and I totally agree. It would have been nice to have had some more knowledge about how to present. It was pulled together pretty quickly, so Darren's really covered my thoughts on it. So
I take responsibility. I should have sought that knowledge, but it wasn't easy knowledge to find either. So I think if the government's serious about saying we want people to participate, let's make the knowledge accessible and easy to understand.
Level playing field, I think, is the key.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that, Steve?
So just in terms of next steps, I'm putting together the submission. That will come back to council at the next council meeting in 2 weeks. I will get that circulated as soon as I possibly can, and then, so that's the 8th, and then it has to be submitted on the 10th, just to give you an idea of...
Same time frame as every other reform.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So if you have any questions in the meantime, or comments or things that you've thought of afterwards, please just email them to me, or give me a call if there's something that you want to discuss. I'm more than happy to do that.
Thank you very much. A lot of work involved in that. So. Councillor Duffy?
We were worried about that ability of outside agencies to object in the case of renewals. It's a wee bit of a different story with new licences, but in the case of renewals of existing businesses that have been operating for some time, given if they had been causing issues, the police and that would have been objecting anyway. There is an ability for some mischief to be caused there that puts quite a lot of cost on people's businesses unnecessarily, I would have thought.
That's true.
I wonder if there's...
I meant before about, that sort of various type of intervention.
There is a group set up basically to do that, isn't there, I think?
Grant Hewitton, yeah.
Cool, just in the interests of lunchtime.
Yes.
Well, I'll just
I'll have a think about it. That is a good point. Thank you.
And I guess anything that we think of in the meantime, as you said, get in touch with Erin, and we can feed into it and get that draft coming through to the next meeting.
So the other license, club licenses, all those sorts of things, are they subject to?
Yes, you can still, in the same way.
Same way as we do now, or the same?
Same change.
Same change, yeah. Managers' licenses too? Good. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll move on to lunchtime now. Like I mentioned in the email, we're actually going to go back to the future, and we're going to try and have lunch shared around the table rather than sort of trying to stand around. And so we'll give it a crack today. And we've got two special guests here as well, Alison and Kevin. So.
We are going to submit council's input, and content will be vital for this submission. We do have a lot to cover in this result today, and so we would like to make sure that we cover what is the highest priority for council as well. So we set this workshop up so that we can move in and out of the different chapters within that reform document. There are 29 recommendations and a number of questions. So
yes, we will need to stay focused around community relations. So I'd just like to start with some background. So the document here, Matawhare Kihi Matawanui, is not going to give us really any option to choose. There's no decisions to be made from this document, other than what, if anything, as I said before, President might submit on. This is a discussion document. It highlights what's being said around the motu, the country, about local government, and the document shares some examples of working differently. It is, however, an outline of principles that could move mana whenua, local government and central government to be working more cohesively and democratically into the future. The executive summary gives us a good overview of the bigger draft document, and Taitoa have prepared, which if you've all got this copy as well, have prepared a briefing for members. That's got quite a lot of information in it as well. So to reiterate, we're going to share some key highlights, and we're going to be asking again what, if anything, we're going to submit on. So hopefully a good conversational next hour. This, as Cameron said previously, there is a roadshow. The panel roadshow will be here on the 10th of February. And this submission needs to be completed in a way by the 28th of February if we're going to submit. So staff plan was submitted to bring the draft back to Council on the 8th of February. Okay. You do have a copy of the PowerPoint in front of you as well. So the Taitoa President has made a statement around this document being about order, about people thriving in place, about local government working, understanding what communities' needs are, and almost getting out of the way so communities can be on the decision making, but then also being in the right place at the right time. The size and the scale of the challenges facing our communities, central government and local government, mean that we must think and act differently as one system. Stating anything less would be a disservice to the communities of Aotearoa. So some of the key messages from the panel. This document is a provocation. It's not a draft document. Again, there's no recommended structure for change. Rather, there's principles of how change could look. The challenge of local wellbeing is well known and beyond one organisation. The review looks at the whole of the local government system by which communities are governed and its local governance. And it places wellbeing at the centre of everything local government does, and intergenerational wellbeing. The report emphasises 5 key shifts. Again, the strengthening of local democracy, stronger focus on wellbeing, we've already said, authentic relationships with hapu and iwi, greater partnership between central and local government, and certainly take the point made earlier on today around how that might look, and more equitable funding. And some key messages from the panel is that the current structure is not sufficient for the future. Small tweaks are unlikely to meet the requirements for the change that we need. We need to be measuring outcomes, not just inputs and outputs. And wellbeing and promoting wellbeing through service delivery is not necessarily the future. The new skills are required around collaboration, partnering, influencing, and listening. There's different skill sets for our staff. I'm going to go, as I said before, we've got 29 recommendations within the report. Chris and I have broken this report down by each chapter, and we would like to now ask Council, are there particular areas of the report that you'd like to focus on? Given the time frame that we've sort of got this afternoon, we'd like to really prioritise the things that are sitting front for you guys, and maybe focus on those. We move through other parts of the report. So is there...
Thank you. For me, I have a distinct lack of trust or faith that the government is operating in good faith in this reform process. And I say that reflecting on the changes that they've already forced through without seemingly paying any attention to the feedback that they're getting from the communities.
So you're thinking potentially we could start at the relationship between local and central government as a good place to look at?
Yes, and I would suggest that there's, a lack of faith, that they're operating in good faith. They're talking the talk, but not walking the walk.
It's a problem. But part of that reform as well, with this reform, is it can't just be reforming one side. It's going to actually have to reform both sides. I think making a very key statement around that is we're potentially reforming the side that's got the least amount of brokenness in it, and it needs to be a commitment from the other side, so to speak, to look at making changes there too.
And I think unless there's a commitment from the government to work to change the legislative provisions, particularly the Local Government Act, then we're not going to be dealing with the underlying issue that makes it difficult for us to work in an efficient and effective way. So the government are currently reviewing where they're going with their projects, and if this is put on the back burner, then my view is almost wasting our time doing anything else, because there's got to be commitment to do that. I can't see it happening in the election year myself. I could be surprised. So to me, that's kind of a priority in the feedback, because that commitment is there to do this. So much by the legislation.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's a really good point. So through your worship, does the council table wish to submit? So shall we be going through this process?
Because I think as well, when you look at in those 5 key shifts, the stronger focus on wellbeing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we can do as a council right now under the current legislation that we've got that we aren't actually encumbered by anything, and that wellbeing kind of fits into one of those areas because it's actually in our legislation now. We've got the 4 wellbeings and everything that we can already do. So I don't think we need to focus too much on that, but it's actually the framework itself for how we operate and with our uniqueness of the community boards and the benefit that can have in feeding for that. When they talk about the strength in local democracy, we've already kind of got that, and how can we make that even better rather than trying to reinvent something that's already working?
Because I just find I struggle with all this, like in our community, they're planting pine trees left, right and centre, and what impact does that have on the wellbeing of communities? We were without a policeman for a while, and guys running around with machetes threatening firefighters, and, what does it have to do with community wellbeing? I don't see any of that mentioned in the report, so there's a lot I think the central government should be doing before they start telling us.
Through your worship, exactly. We have already just spoken about this morning between the RMA, the changes proposed, 3 waters that's already gone through. We are already seeing where we are losing local voices. This just seems to be a band-aid on, let us take all this away, but let's a bit of virtue signaling here to feel. And I also, since you're talking about the council submitting, and this is, I don't understand, LGNZ, our representative body, has already submitted this panel in June, and I'm seeing on LGNZ's website, it has a fact sheet of, showing how many of its recommendations were accepted by the panel. So did we have inputs into that? Because LGNZ says it's already presented on behalf, already submitted to this panel. So what sort of inputs did we have with the panel prior to this, please, prior to us reaching this point?
Thank you for the question. Cameron, are you able to talk to that?
And the council did submit on the first round. It was via Zoom because we were in another lockdown. But there was a comprehensive submission. And the main substance of it was to tell the panel that Southland had a strength in its community boards, that it already kind of understood some of the principles that they were talking about in terms of representation, in terms of working with communities. So we also invited the panel to pay attention to Southland, and if they were going to do some pilots or do some further work, we'd be very happy to be part of that. We also noted that we're unique pretty much unique in the situation of having such a large region, an island, which is most other territorial areas don't have jurisdiction over an island such as Rakiura, and the realities of operating that in the context of no transport. Transport subsidies, all the other different things. So we spent quite a lot of time.
If I may please have a copy of that circulated.
And certainly,
what we had
find it. I think I might have to get Louise to help me find it, but it was via a PowerPoint, and we won't have recorded it, but the panel might have.
Okay.
There's also been workshops through RGNZ that are engaged with the sector across the country. They've been online webinars, and they've done a lot of discussions around that, which fed into their submission as well. So, that's
I watched one of those webinars, and one of the points which relates to the fifth point there, and that's about the more equitable funding. I think local government has about 5% of the government spend in New Zealand, the other 95% central government. So there's quite an imbalance there for us to be able to carry out the goals that are.
And that's the risk as well. If they do, for argument's sake, say put housing or health or education into our sector, they can't do that. And all we've had over the last however many years is all these things thrown at us without any funding. So you're going to now do this, and you now need to do that and do that, but there's no funding to support any of the requirements that we're doing. So that's the grading.
Unless we do it with volunteers.
And our volunteer force is very depleted and tired. I think the additional point is that this whole partnership, and I think it's been very evident during the last 2.5 years, is that we've had central government sitting in Wellington doing stuff to us, actually without standing in our shoes, without understanding and saying, well, you can just do this, or you can just do that, or you can just do something else, without really having an appreciation of any of the local elements of what Southland has been through, either economically, at a business level, commercially, whatever, at local government level. I think that's probably one of the big fears that I have, is that we'll get something else where it'll just be done to us. The other thing that happens in that is that we still end up at a local government level being the fall guys for all this as well. So we're the ones that end up being criticised by our communities for not either engaging or doing or delivering or supporting or enabling. And again, why should we be left in that position? And probably the comment earlier this morning around administering three waters, that to me just signals so many flags around, well, central government protecting themselves from that throughout, and us being the guy for that. The other thing that, with the key messages here, says we need to be measuring outcomes. Actually, what fundamentally we need is an evaluation framework, and that evaluation framework needs to be established up front so that you actually know exactly what you're working towards, what the deliverables, and what those deliverables are. Because if you don't know where you're heading, how can you evaluate it, and how do you know when you actually get there? So it's an evaluation framework process, and that's what Te Hautoka has done as well, to know that are they on track, are they delivering? They did all the research up front, but unless you're actually measuring what you intended to deliver, how do you know whether you've got there, or whether it's actually met the mark? Okay, so that would be the point that I'd want to know.
It's just the accountability that you've got to make, the trackability. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you. My concern around this all is that, particularly when we went to the Zone 5 and 6 meeting in Nelson, I got the distinct impression from Jim Palmer was talking there, that this will actually have to be driven by local government. So, we're still going to be, it's not necessarily central government that's actually taking, thinking how they can change it. So that in itself is an issue, but I see that it's not all bad in an election year, because we should be we should be approaching every representative we've got and keeping on about this isn't right. It needs to be changed. The other thing is, I get the distinct impression that central government people think that when Waters is gone, there'll be all this money that we'll have available to spend.
Yes.
We'll have so much more ability to borrow. Like still the same people who think it's just going to come from, may not come from a different asking place, but it will be going to a different spot. That is of concern. The main driver for me here, though, is so many of the things that local government or central government ask us for, and really good. It is great that we get opportunities through TIF funding and that sort of thing, but that comes so late in the piece. They have no consideration or no knowledge, perhaps, of the processes we are required to go through to actually say we're going to spend some money on this. And so it's such a disconnect between the two, the means to even if you left things as they are and resolved that situation, that relationship between DIA, but central government and local government, about understanding what we actually go through. They might get rid of some of it because there's a lot of cost for, I suppose there is a benefit, but I'd love to know, the cost of actually all the audits that we do on everything that we put out, and how many times we actually do they discover something that is actually really wrong,
I think to your point as well, one of the key steps, and it's been mentioned earlier as well, is the first step that we need to do to get that relationship right, to underpin everything else that goes next, because if we fix everything else and still have a broken relationship, then nothing's going to work. So that strength in that is probably really important.
It's an important point because this whole process is driven by local government. Central government just said we'll support you doing that, but it's you driving. They've shown no commitment to this document in terms of its development that I can see.
Other than $10 million.
And as Julie's indicating, and even in this report you see it, that Three Waters goes and we increase our responsibility around wellbeing and other things for no additional money, and we've also seen the pattern of central government reducing the responsibilities of the public service and handing it over to local government to undertake with no additional compensation for that. So at the very least, we need to see a willingness of central government to engage in this on a long-term basis, so it's not just whoever's in government for the 3-year term, but on a long-term basis, look to do things differently. And just what the examples that this document is given around potential new local government structures, it was almost adding another level in there as well, which again costs more and removes further the voice of the local person. So the whole report hasn't really dealt with that issue in any depth at all. So we can provide that, because the feedback is going back to Jim Palmer and the Working Party. I think many people had the view that this is going back to central government and central government to make the decisions, but that's not the case. It was not central government doing this. It was actually local government raising the issues and trying to think about what may change. And I note, as you say, Rob, also we can do a lot of this without going through this process. Yeah. But the key things that need to change require a central government commitment to do it.
Thank you. So I think from what I'm hearing from the conversation around the table now, we'll start with Chapter 6, which is the relationship between central and local government, and look at the recommendations in the panel there and respond to those. And then, so we'll move on to some other chapters. So we've identified 4 or 5 chapters here. Hopefully we can get through the rest of the document. So, chapter 6, there's a stronger relationship. It's on page 19, I think. So, from the document, it's talking about that stronger relationship between central and local government. The relationship is fundamentally broken, and we're all really quite aware of that. It needs to be reset. And as Councillor Lindsay's been saying, you know, it's been driven from local government, so where's the buy-in to central government in that? There's an exploratory section of the report. It's no real recommendation within the report around this. There's no sort of ideas around how this could be done. The panel proposes co-investment in joint outcomes for wellbeing, shared accountability, co-governance, a shared culture and integrated planning for this to happen. So the next slide has got the carry on. The stronger relationship between central and local government. The panel is seeking views on how to rewire the system from the central and local government relationships and develop a shared vision of co-investment in local outcomes, and specifically asking what are they? What are the conditions for success and the barriers that are preventing strong relationships? What are the factors in place now that support genuine partnership? What are the elements needed to build and support a new system? And what are the best options to get there? What is the potential pathway to move in the direction, in that direction, and where do we start? What are the opportunities to trial and innovate now? And how can central and local government explore options that empower and enable a role for hapu iwi and local governance in partnership with local and central government? These options should recognise the contribution of hapu and iwi, rangatiratanga, tiakitanga and other roles. So the questions, you'll have them with you as well.
Just with I have a feeling the barriers that are preventing strong relationships is largely about communication from central government. I think Three Waters is a very good example of that. And so I don't see meaningful engagement happening. In our time here, we had a visit from, Kevin McNulty, the MP. He came and listened and made all the right noises. I haven't heard a hell of a lot since then. And generalisations are made without actually engaging with us seriously.
Yeah, realistic expectations from that, and even the alignment of simple things like the NZTA budget round with our long-term plan, that every time we have a long-term plan causes problems and nothing actually.
And even the example today with the bridges, they've got to be reassessed. You go back to square one, this is the time we should be doing the work. This is the opportunity we had. So, potentially there's nothing done this year. It's misunderstanding, or maybe it's a tactic to spend the money this year or something.
So the report is asking us to reflect on these questions up here. So does Council have any ideas or anything they want to share around how we could create a collaborative relationship between central, local and iwi that builds on their current strengths and weaknesses? So thinking about the conditions that would be needed for that, and I think you've talked about that in terms of commitment from central government, resourcing, trust,
transparency,
thank you,
alignment.
With regards to iwi in particular, identifying those kaumātua and iwi leaders who are at a senior and experienced level and having consultation with them under the guise of co-governance in particular.
Are there any current opportunities to trial and innovate now that you can think of?
And I think this whole actually needs to be underpinned by some sort of change management and culture change program. Because if everybody's not on the same page and they're not looking at the same outcomes, then it's not going to get anywhere.
That's right, very good.
And it'll.
And there is that real disconnect. Like when Kieran McAnulty came here, that was the first time that I think Liz Craig had been around this council table. So the local MP, they don't often, I mean, we can work on, there's nothing stopping us from improving that relationship now going forward, but that highlighted to me a massive disconnect that the first time any MP had sat around this table, and we'd had chambers for, what, these new chambers for about 3 years, and that showed that we hadn't had a member of parliament in that amount of time, and that highlights to me a huge disconnect.
That's right. Do we have a relationship with them, and what part are we playing in not having a relationship with them? And that thing of that we have to go at, they're not turning up, we're inviting them and they're not turning up. That's a real problem. If we just don't even think to invite them, it's actually our problem.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's something we can actually do about it now, but it is an issue that's there.
We thought we haven't gotten this whole process, and if we look at legislation that's in draft form and we have an opportunity to comment through submissions or really for short time frames. And all this work that's been done over the last, 15 months, 18 months, I'm not aware of any response from central government to what is being put forward. So that would make our response now more meaningful. Because we're reacting to some of that feedback as well and know where the no-go areas or what they're prepared to do. So I guess the intention is for this feedback to occur from all the TLAs, and then it goes forward and forward the report to government, and then comes back to us again.
I think as this highlights, the risk is that the document actually just talks about central government, but if you read the detail, that's 20 plus government agencies. Who's actually, where's the ownership sit? Is it in NB? Is it somewhere else? And
they're very siloed, and we've seen that all
massively siloed. We know that with the other legislation reviews that there's no cohesion or connection. So I actually think the other word that we need in this space is actually clarity. We need more clarity around who actually are we dealing with in actually managing this review.
At the moment, it's the panel, but it's those next steps, like Councillor Menzies was talking about. That where does it actually?
Where does it go? And actually, probably to Julie's point is, all this work could be completely pointless if we don't know who we're actually dealing with, who we're talking to, who we're appealing to.
So was it 3 years ago the regional commissioner for wasn't working, was wider than that, and I've forgotten his name, had a role to undertake closer links in with local government and connecting in with the public service as well. He was charged with that, and not for the first time as a regional commissioner being charged with that, but this was more recently. And what has happened since that time? He's disappeared somewhere else, and we don't have any links in, do we, with the public service to the regional commissioner, except for through that.
I know what you're talking about.
There is another
The guy, it started with R, didn't it?
Yeah, but what has changed as a result of it?
Well, you can go back to the Sand report years before that again.
Yeah.
Do you want to say something?
Well, I just had a question in terms of what's up there as well, which is factors in place that support genuine partnership. Because it's easy to focus on the things that don't work, and I think we need to, because you need to resolve those. But are there examples that we can point to that do work? And I was just thinking of likes of Kanoa and the work that we do with them. Are there relationships like that are more along the lines of what we want to see? And does the rub really come more when we're dealing with the ministries and departments that are related to regulatory activities? So, is there something that we can feed into this that we think does work as well?
I find it hard to pick a central government one that does, and even just while you were talking, I was thinking back to, look, we were finding out about Three Waters stuff via the news while sitting here at a council meeting that directly impacted us. And again, talking the negatives, but where in that is a genuine relationship at all, if that's the level of engagement that we've got with.
Talking of, being genuine in the issues that are being raised here, more than 3 big polls have taken place between late November to this time. And they have focused, I've seen ones from Taxpayer Union, I've seen one from the Herald, and one more national firm, talking about how many people agree with 16-year-olds being given the vote. It's less than 30%, and all 3 of them unanimous. But yet, it is there, and it will go forth. So are we really genuine in our intention, and is the panel really genuine when they say they have consulted? They say they have overwhelming number of people wanting younger people engaged in democracy. The polls show a completely different picture. Who's right here? What are we talking about? I'm going through this report. It makes 279 references to the term well-being. It makes 87 references to the word equity. Well-being, for what somebody who's at one end of the spectrum is struggling to just put basics on the table. Well-being would mean very different, would mean a full belly than someone else who's at the other end. How do you unify this? This is very, very soft targets, expecting us at local government level to be implementing these sort of, and that's for lack of a better term, social engineering projects is ridiculous.
But that sort of goes to Sarah's point earlier about actually getting it measurable and getting those expectations so that
we need something
know
more
what we're
concrete.
actually aiming for. Because like I say, it's very subjective, the word well-being.
And equitable, equality of outcomes. You can give 2 people, and I can give an example. Me and my sibling brought up in the same household, same resources, same set of parents, completely different outcomes where we are in life. How in the world will you be able to get to equity of outcomes? And that means, say, for example, since there is a reference to Maori here, say you reach a certain equity, then how in the world are you going to account for disparities within that one group? Because there won't be every single person at the same level. How far are we going to go down the line? What amount of resources are we going to commit to this endless exercise when we are at this point not even being able to do the basic, asset management that our constituents have voted us in for?
As we said, right back at the start, this is a real provocation document.
It is provocative, I agree there.
It's only proving that for today, isn't it? Yeah.
I think what we've got to be wary of is that while it's a central government and a local government issue, it's also a community. It's a community issue, and we're not. The staff have expertise, and so do the council members, but not on everything, and certainly not for a number of these issues. And on a local level, it would be quite good to bring in people within their respective fields, whether it be within the health sector or within the education sector or within land management sector or whatever. I know that, and I did say I would mention this, and I did say to Councillor Chamberlain at the break that we've got we've had 2 inquiries from a particular ratepayer who has said that some legislation has, and we'll have to fact check this, obviously, Derek, but with regards to being able to clear trees on the roadside, and they don't have a particular issue with contractors or staff, but they do have an issue with council. They have a real issue with us, and the issue is that they said central government has failed to tell us what our legislative requirements are with regards to going about this. And what they're saying is that we are prepared to take the onus. We're prepared to take a certain level of the liability and the onus ourselves, whether it be from a health and safety perspective under the Act or whether it be from an insurance perspective or so on and so forth. So I think, I don't know, it's just an example, and I did say I would mention it, which sort of dovetails into what we're talking about the community and about our ratepayers kind of not being left in the dark while we have a discussion between you know, what's going on at a central and local level, you know. I mean, when we finish this and we go through this process, we still have to be in a position to be able to go to our ratepayers and say, this is what's been done, this is the process, and you know, we all talk about transparency and being upfront and honest. So this may or may not have come up in this documentation somewhere along the line, but I thought I'd just bring it up now anyway. I'll just put it to one side now.
Well, I think as well, like looking at, we've got a 247-page document there, and we're doing all this analysis, and everyone's doing it in the country, but the ultimate end user and the person that it deals to is our ratepayer. That's our customer, that's our client, and when we simplify it right to that very thing, what do the people of Southland actually need, and how can we then service that need best? I think that's what we need to sort of look at potentially, rather than looking at some of the things in this and starting from that level and going, here's a problem and here's a solution, and here's us in the middle, what can we do to do all of that? Because you look at all the different sectors that might end up falling into the health sector's in crisis, the housing sector's in crisis, the education sector's in crisis. Are we going to end up getting lumped with, and we've got a volunteer crisis in our sector as well that we're dealing with, and everything's a crisis at the moment, but how can we work with our communities to actually use the leverage, the resources that we've got in our staff, that knowledge, the structures that we've got to serve our people in the best way? And I think simplifying it to that, and I'm deviating a little bit here, but what we can do anyway within what we've got now, not waiting for this, but actually setting up our what we do now as our, because we've got, mumbling myself here, we've got quite a different setup here as it is on the nationwide scale, and we can actually dictate through action rather than writing another report, but we can actually show through what can be done. So I think
we need to front foot it to streamline the process, you know, and that's where, you know, maybe through our community boards on a local level throughout our communities, but also on a professional level, as I say, through those industry leaders, you know, whether it be an industry leader, you know, like I mentioned a while ago, you know, we've got access to the Dean of Medicine for Otago and Southland. You know, it's quite simply we'll reach out to that person and say, you know, this is what's on the agenda at this particular point in time, and if we can get that person to come on board, then they're our spokesperson to be able to go back to central government instead of us trying to make that, or these people trying to make that decision as well. You know, we ultimately need that knowledge base in order to make, you know, pretty robust decisions. Otherwise, it's a bit.
Well, we've got the knowledge and we've got access to it, and that's where we need that relationship, so we can feed back that knowledge through to central government as well, and you've got that open highway of ease of flowing up and down.
This is where it actually becomes really interesting, because I think of a lot of achievements that have been made. Quite a lot of the achievements have actually been done by council doing the enabling and supporting piece. We've got. I'm going to use Tiana. Tiana's easy for me to use as an example, so without me having to remember what everybody else has done. But you've got a cycle trail, you've got retirement housing, you've got an event centre, you've got tennis courts, you've got a community garden that have all been done actually outside of
orienteering, and
a number of other projects, all done actually outside of any form of local or central government framework, but that have been in some form or other, and most of them enabled. Now the risk there is that central government go, okay, well you've been doing this really well, why don't you just carry on? When actually those groups are challenged by legislative frameworks. They're manned by volunteers. Where there's a lot of goodwill that actually is relied on, and I don't necessarily see that in Southland, but I don't necessarily see it in other places and in other things that are funded. You know, there are other places that get the handout to say, okay, well, you can do this or you can do this. You know, and speaking to sort of turning that around slightly, you know, you even look at SIT, which was really good at actually getting some stuff done. And when we were talking about before about, you know, what are the which one's that one? When we were talking about under the management report, how are we going to solve some of the recruitment issues? I was even thinking then, well, you know, we had a training establishment that was actually really good at what it was doing, and could have, you know, even probably transitioned to doing some of these level 6 papers that would have supported the region, that would have then been doing another form of enablement. And yet we're losing it. We're losing that.
And the relationship that we had with SIT locally is really strong, so it's really easy and it's an easy conversation to have, to say, right, would you guys want to set up a building training arm to do it? You don't have to jump through all the hoops. And if we go down the centralisation path, how do we somehow have that conversation through all those layers to get that result in Southland? It's almost impossible. So yeah, it's
Thank you. So I guess the purposes of this chapter is to ask the question, do we agree that we need to have a better relationship between central and local government? I think we all agree that, absolutely. What I'm hearing around the room is it's a massive trust issue, and we need a cultural shift for that to happen. There are opportunities for us to put things in place now, and certainly there are things happening now that show those relationships already, and just figuring out how we can enhance those, make them better, find some other options, all of those sort of things. Chris, is there any other questions that you need?
Do we want to just cover off the last point there, which relates to Hapu and Iwi's role?
Cool, thank you. So how can central and local government explore options that empower and enable a role for Hapu, Iwi in local governance and partnership? Local and central government. How can we enhance that?
To me, it's...
Try and clone some more of them, I think, because that's largely the problem, isn't it? That the pool of people that are available and are skilled and knowledgeable in those areas are ageing and not having a lot of, well, we don't see a lot of young, there might be, but we're not so aware of them, are we?
But it's also
they certainly add value when they
allowing the relationships established locally, rather than pointing a big stick at Wellington saying you have to. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry, a thought just occurred to me. It's actually not just about the relationship. It's actually about the willingness of Wellington to cede some control and genuine decision making. I haven't told you about this before because I didn't want to unduly stir you up, but I can't help myself. So there's something about the difference between the intention that's stated for something like Three Waters, and then how it actually gets enacted. So this latest draft, which I'm going my way through, draft legislation appears to have a schedule which covers the things that no longer would be rated by a territorial authority. And it looks as though conveniently the water services assets and land are going to go into that schedule. In other words, government is setting it up so that the entities won't be rated. Now, we actually rate ourselves, as far as Anne's not here to confirm it, but every other territorial authority, as far as I know, rates its water assets. So that's an income stream that is going to get lost. Now, it may just be a really clever, clever is the wrong word, highly skilled person who's drafting legislation that will stand the test of time, says the place to put that is in a schedule or not in the bill, so you don't have to bring the bill back to the House. But it feels like it's stashed in the last part of the last schedule in the last page. And so it feels as though what was the original intention about, hey, we'll take Three Waters off your hands and run it for the collective good, doesn't feel in the passage of all this, it doesn't feel as though that's actually how it's being enacted. And that there's just so many cases, and I think Julia was talking about it before, about the fact that you end up caught between the community and the incredible complexity of the rules. You can have the conversation and you can take the responsibility, but you can't actually do it. That's such a frustrating place to be. And for me, that realisation would actually be the local government act. You wouldn't have to necessarily reform everything else. You could just actually risk a bit and try a bit.
I think that's where this whole consultation process comes in. It sort of a little bit goes back to what Jaspreet was saying before. You have to look at the ramifications of what you're planning to do, and if you don't have a perspective, then you need to seek that perspective. You can't sit in Wellington and just say we've considered everything, without inviting other people into the mix to actually look at the ramifications of what's been proposed and the implications. Because you think you're solving a problem here, and actually you're creating another one there. And I guess that's where things like scenario planning come into play. I think for those of you that were around back in early 2020, we did a little bit of that scenario planning. We did it with Lumsden, actually. Unless you're doing the scenario planning, or you've got the right people around the table to actually consider the ramifications of making a decision here, what are the impacts going to be everywhere else?
Which, ironically enough, is almost participatory democracy in a sense, which is what is being recommended here, but they're not putting the money where their mouth is when it comes to how they're engaging. Like the problems that we get accused of from our ratepayers with the lack of consultation, the lack of listening, it's the same conversation that we're passing up the line to central government. It's very similar.
The point of this, though, is that they're consulting all right, but they're still not listening. They just carry on with what they're doing. It's sort of shades of forestry implement. This is an issue for sealed roads, and it just no one took any notice. And then when we brought them down and had to drive around, and I see what you mean.
Yes, and the way of getting that feedback currently is through the submission process, and that's an abusive process as well. It comes back to that trust issue and what the commitment is of central government to making any changes, because in all our feedback over the last 3 years, there's been no change around that at all. And so this group, we're interested in your views as to how to rewire the system of central and local government relationships. And they've narrowed it down to through developing an aligned and cohesive approach to co-investment and local outcomes. I think it's got to be wider than that, because it's got to be about the relationship. I know we want co-investment. We want to be working together locally, but our experience is that, albeit with good intent, passing so many projects on the go, so much in the way of legislation at such a pace that they are not even linked together. And then we have the privilege of rating our ratepayers in order for that to happen. And understandably, we feel that we have little power in those conversations, and there's even less power for our ratepayer in that process as well. So I'm not sure, I guess it is, we are saying it is imperative that there is a rewiring of that. And before we go any further, we need some commitment from central government that they're prepared to look at, change the way in which they are talking with us and linking in with us. And that happens, that commitment is there through every piece of legislation and may happen in the future. So it's that whole process needs to change, and there needs to be a commitment in it. And the enabling legislation needs to be in place to support that. So as much as we're required to do X, Y and Z through the legislation they put in place, that legislation must require central government to do certain things as well. And that there's more ability for us to use the ratepayer dollar in a more effective way
because we're spending so much of that ratepayer dollar on administrative process, which are tying us up now and in the future to do anything. And that's only that. I guess, burden on the ratepayer is only going to grow if we take on a wider responsibility than we have now, because I think we're giving away some, and we've got more money to do it, we've got less money because there's another whole entity and bureaucracy to support now. So how we put all those things together and the feedback. Thanks very much, Chris.
Thank you. It's a great, robust discussion. Yeah.
I think it ties us down so much to just answering these questions rather than that overview.
I guess there's parts of it, so like, down the bottom it has got, do you have any further feedback on this chapter? So we have an opportunity to put some more qualitative answers in, as well as the recommendations that are asking us if we agree or disagree.
I'm just wondering if that list of 6 bullet point questions there is really that actually everything's sort of there that we need, it's just not being used well. And we could go and chuck out and break the mould and do all the rest of it and sort of finish up with something worse. But it's all been built up over a long period of time, and if we use it better, and largely that's about the right people talking to each other, that could do a lot better. And actually talking to each other genuinely.
Thank you.
Just in the interest of time as well.
Yeah, just if there's no more on this chapter, I'll move on to chapter 8, which is page 27.
Yes, this is a good segue from where we finished up the conversation just before, because I think it talks to some of the points that you had raised. So I think we're all aware that local government has been under significant funding pressure for several years, and there are concerns about growing community expectations and unfunded mandates being passed down from central government, which I think is what we were talking about a bit before, along with meeting the impacts of growth, tourism and significant infrastructure. It has placed huge rate pressures on councils. So the panel views there needs to be a meaningful change in the way local and central government address issues of sustainable funding, and also enable councils to establish new funding mechanisms. The panel considers that rates are still the best means of funding council activities, but makes it quite clear that local authorities need better support from central government in terms of funding. The continuing impact of unfunded mandates, the significant future challenges of climate change, environmental restoration and matters of social and economic inequity need central government funding support. So I guess in terms of the previous chapter were no recommendations rather than questions asking for feedback. This chapter goes a little bit further in terms of recommendations. So they have they have stated that the existing rating system needs to be retained as the primary form of funding, but it needs to be simplified. There needs to be central and local co-investment in public goods. There needs to be a fund established to cover the costs of transitioning through climate change, a national fund, which is, I guess, applied locally and regionally. They have proposed some new small-scale funding tools such as bed taxes, levies and bonds. I think we're all aware we already utilise levies to a certain extent, but there's quite a process around establishing that. And then, and on the back end of that as well, simplifying the long-term planning process, focus on outcomes and reducing audit scope. Further from that, there are 5 principles to the revenue system for local government. These are workable, fair, sustainable, incentivised and nationally consistent. So that's the guts of the approach to equity. Do we want to have a quick chat about that before we look at the recommendations?
I think the first thing I would say is what about urban and rural divide? Based on your last comment.
Actually, I think in this, is there is that what you're referring to in terms of where you draw that revenue stream from between areas?
While Chris was talking, immediately I was starting to think about, all those areas where that provision of service and that funding of services is gone. You only need to look at the maternity home in Lumsden as a really good example of just A, not being listened to, B, where does that leave wellbeing? Where does it leave risk for our communities? Where does it leave the one size fits all doesn't work. And again, it sort of still comes back to that relationship with Wellington around, funding things. You look at the state of our health services down here compared to other places. You look at Kew. You look at the bowel and cancer rates and how long it takes to get into hospital. You can look at so many different aspects and actually say, where's the equity of funding in that? There is no equity of funding.
I think part of the solution, I'm going to use it as an example, but look, the likes of GST. So when the closer something is used from where it's sourced, the better. So for every dollar spent in Southland, 90 cents of it is going to Wellington, whereas it actually should be 60 cents of it should be staying here and 30 cents goes to Wellington, and that would fix the population issue that we've got here, because we're punching above our weight in how much we're generating for the economy, but we're not getting any of that back for health, for roading, for the whole lot. So if there was a better way of getting the contribution back into our area, and rates are so blunt. I don't know if rates should be for the fundamental services that council offers that you can relate back to a household is fine, but for all the other stuff that we're having to do and provide, public toilets shouldn't be funded via rates because there's no impact on a house. So that kind of stuff could come through the amount of money being spent in Lumsden, for argument's sake, coming through from or any of those visitor towns. They're spending GST in those towns, so that you're getting it taken from that cake rather than from the household. So I think there's a much better way of doing it. And then for your forestry roading, the road user charges that those trucks are putting into the system that's going to Wellington is actually coming back to us to allocate for those roads. So we are getting that proper.
Almost talking like a United States setup. State with its own property tax, its own sales tax, variations in sales tax. Like I'm thinking way outside the box here, but it's almost like, this is talking about the future, so why not talk outside the box? But it's almost like as a
you add bed taxes to that as well. Any accommodation.
Be localised, and that's the number one thing of this is local democracy is what is the first bullet point of this provocative document. It's and I think if you look at a community level of what's most important with the territorial authority, it's what is well-being, what does that mean? Well, it's going to be that local voice first and foremost. As far as service delivery, as far as funding, all those things, I think people would be a lot more open to different ideas, and people are scared of the word centralisation and what that could mean. But I think when that comes up, it's because they're worried about their voice being diminished and local decision-making being diminished. As far as how you go around funding, how you go around actually then delivering on services going into the future, it's central with that strong relationship with local is what's important, but as a local authority and this as a different thing with the relationship with central government, or is local authority an extension of, through democracy, an extension of essentially central government? And that's I mean, it's completely thrown out the rule book a little bit. From the youngest person around the table, I'll put it out there.
The rule book's not really working now, is it? So,
We've got to remember we're only the size of a state in most countries anyway, aren't we? Like less than 5 million people. I mean, you know, you look at states that have got double that. So I think we forget that sometimes in New Zealand. And we expect to have 4 or 5 of everything. I know geographically we're with the 2 islands and that we're a bit more spread out, but yeah, I think we and we're bloody lucky we're going through this stuff here and not in Syria or Turkey or 10 other places. We've got to keep a bit of perspective, I think, about it.
I think so. It talks about introducing new funding tools for local government with the recognition that the rating system is not providing sufficient in order to do what we're required to do by central government. But some of this has an unintended effect as well, and nor is it even across the TLA. So road congestion charges, and one of the benefits of that is seen as the town envisages the potential to use a range of mechanisms to encourage a modal shift and disincentive in the use of private vehicles. Well, if you look at our area, that bears no relevance to us. Bed taxes and visitors levies, but also the government's charging a tax for everybody entering into the country. And then it's envisioned we charge an additional bed tax for everyone that's coming into our area. Also charging, I guess where it's not accommodation, the GST on there as well, which is going to the government. And then it's also suggesting visitor levies. Well, what are they, why would they continue to come when they're paying so much more to even visit us in order for local governments to pay for what we need to pay for? So I'm not that supportive of those other potential revenues streams being suggested in order for us to manage without looking at that partnership between central government and us in respect of whether it's a general tax rate or a local government responsibility, particularly with the disparity that will eventuate between the different TLAs because of their different makeup.
So if we look at the recommendations for Chapter 8, in the submission it's asking if we strongly agree, we're not sure, no view, we disagree or strongly disagree with each of the recommendations. If I go through those, then we can indicate that for the submission. So central government expands its regulatory impact statement assessments to include impacts on local government, and that it undertakes an assessment of regulation currently in force that is likely to have significant future funding impacts for local government. And it makes funding provision to reflect the national public good benefits that occur from these regulations. Does council agree or disagree with that? I'm not sure, no comment.
Pretty sad that the impact statement assessments don't include local government already, and it's quite telling in even the stuff we were talking about today. So I mean, that should definitely be. They might need to get a Ministry of Local Government.
How are they going to know?
So we're agreeing with that recommendation? Okay, great. That central and local government agree on arrangements and mechanisms for them to co-invest and meet community wellbeing priorities, and that central government makes funding provision accordingly. Agree? Great. That central government develops an intergenerational fund for climate change with the application of the fund requiring appropriate regional and local decision-making input. Okay, on that one?
I'd say.
I agree with it, just take out the word appropriate. Requiring regional and local decision-making input.
Because there's a risk with that one that you get that postcode lottery again.
Yeah, that's right. Recommendation number 24, that central government reviews relevant legislation to 1, enable councils to introduce new funding mechanisms, and 2, retain rating as a principal mechanism for funding local government, while redesigning long-term planning and rating provisions to allow for simplified and streamlined processes. Kind of hard to agree to both of those.
I think if you look at the first one, enable councils to introduce new funding mechanisms. That's all well and good, but how are they going to fund the introduction of new funding mechanism? Because there's actually a significant cost to doing something like that.
Well, if you go back to central local co-investment and public good, and then you integrate enabling councils to introduce new funding mechanisms, Matt was talking about thinking a bit creatively and outside the box, and I know that the Mayor sort of mentioned, we're talking about the sort of public toilet situation. There are some council-owned assets that could be better utilised through the private sector. So in other words, we sometimes have a problem we have assets that seem to be problems, and let's say, for example, the rest areas, because of lack of toilets and all that, so on and so forth. So my thoughts would be, in order to be able to fund those problems, we should open that sort of thing up to the private sector and potentially say, well, you deal with it. So if you want to take care of the toilets, if you want to take care of those assets, then not only does that, and that can be charged accordingly by the council, but probably through a nominal figure in order to take away that problem, which is costing us so much. Because the private sector in a lot of areas is a far better exponent of being able to find a solution than what we are. And people talk about bed taxes and levies and so on. That same structure could be formulated through a user pay system from a tourist perspective who use those facilities. If you understand what I'm saying.
It's about the more simplified and streamlined process for rating. It could be actually the opposite. What we do. I mean, we may need to have more targeted rates than we do, as our roaming rate system shows.
The more user pays.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I am concerned about A there as opposed to B, because, just the opportunity to ask our ratepayers to pay for rates in other ways in order to make ends meet, and they get taxed by central government as well as by local government to do that, which can increase that burden considerably.
So I almost think with those 2 points, we almost need to just recommend that there's a review of the funding mechanism and we leave it at that, because there's so many different factors that are going to rely on there, and I'm certainly not comfortable with both of those in the current form, because it's basically, I don't think it's giving us any real flexibility or freedom to change the status quo with those.
You're thinking not sure probably, and then comments to that effect.
Someone needs to bring out that Shand report and read it again.
At least with the rating system, it's far more accountable to our ratepayers about what they've been charged for.
Yeah. But at a huge cost.
Yes.
Yeah, it's at a huge cost, and I read something not very long ago around, rates sort of, because you have a degree of transparency around those, then as local government, we actually get more negative feedback, as opposed to the central government funding things through GST and other mechanisms is much less transparent, and therefore they kind of shield themselves from negative feedback. Whereas for us right now, it's all very much in your face, and with the element of that, and I wouldn't want us to see that heightened in any way.
And that's the Paul's point, like with that, we're only controlling 10% of that tax take, and it's getting 90% of the scrutiny, whereas the 90%, as soon as it leaves our pocket, becomes government money, and they do what they want with it. There's no real tracking or accountability apart from every 3 years.
If you look at that legislation around biodiversity and protecting that, we implementing that as required in the legislation, and the extra costs that we have was an extra 9 FTE just to implement that, and their costs because they're all experts in their area. But we wear the whole basis that when it should be central government funding.
thanks for that. Recommendation number 25, that central government agencies pay local government rates and charges on all properties. Oh, that's a good way to end it.
Are we allowed to say
In
including,
our urban areas also.
including Dockland?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Pay a premium.
So there's very little in that for the rural areas, because all the buildings are in, yeah.
And the question for this chapter, what is the most appropriate basis and process for allocating central government funding to meet community priorities? How long have we got?
Minus 10 minutes.
Minus 10 minutes.
I mean,
Any comments
the
around
output of that is administered as locally as possible, as close to the source.
Thank you. Is there anything else for this chapter?
I wonder if in there, might have to say that population-based funding is not.
That's where it goes to the point before around us kicking above our weight in terms of what we're
I'm really aware of the timeframe that we've already gone well over. So we've put in a response for chapter 6, which is around the local government, central government relationship. And we've got information here for chapter 8, which is the funding model. Is there any other chapters in particular that you would like us to focus on? Or, and again, most of those recommend, or as we just said with the last sort of recommendations, they are, do we agree, do we disagree? And we strongly agree or strongly disagree, and have we got any comments?
Based on some of your comments earlier,
Yeah.
Essentially there was allocating roles and functions in a way that enhances local wellbeing, maybe something you want to think about. Likewise, there was also system stewardship and support, which may have been something that was relevant to the discussion that you had. So I don't know if you want to cover either of those two.
We could continue with both, but we're probably looking at.
Yeah, just wondering with time, we've got a bit more to do today. How are you placed sort of doing that initial submission and like continuing the discussion? Is there time from the next meeting to add any extra on? I'm not like to say, because you'll be able to flush most of it out from today, wouldn't you?
The format of the submission is quite simple in terms of it's actually quite structured along the lines of the questions and responses we were getting today. So I guess what we'd present back to you would be silent on those other points. When we present back a submission, there may be an option there for any comment to be added to the submission, and then perhaps a delegation for it to be finalised before it's submitted, based on those comments. If there's anything else?
Given the amount of discussion we've had on it today, is everyone comfortable that we've kind of had enough discussion around the generic themes of it?
I think just looking at some of the, I was just looking at some of the notes I made that are actually relevant, the discussion points that we've had on these two areas actually have relevance to
A lot of crossover.
Crossover
Yes, there is, yeah.
into the other areas.
Okay.
Thank you for that. That was
I think the 4-year local electoral terms are very good. For government and local.
Is this something we can share with community boards who are looking at engaging with the document?
That's a very good idea. Yep. This is hopefully on YouTube now too, so you can actually share the discussion with them from the hub. So yeah, all this is in public for that very reason. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will reconvene the meeting in public excluded now, so we'll need to cut.
Hang on.
No, don't cut yet.
We're back and open.
Sorry, now we're going to move to go to public discussion. Thank you. So I will move from the chair that we go in our meeting and go to public discussion.
Yep.
Councillor Menzies, all in favour? Anyone against? Carried.